Thank you for all being here tonight. This is a regular Bellevue City Council meeting for November 14th, 2022. First off, we have Conrad Lee, our council member, attending remotely, and we need a motion to let him do that.
I move to approve Councilmember Lee's remote participation for tonight's meeting.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. I hear we have Troop 673 with us tonight. Can you wave your hands? Oh, there you are. Welcome. Thank you for being here tonight. And then Councilmember Robertson, her daughter was in the state swim championship, so she was there watching, and you wanted to report in on the results.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about Bellevue and the east side and how many great athletes we have here. The women's or girls' state swim and dive championships was this last weekend. Of the Bellevue High, the 4 Bellevue high schools competed. Newport High School won the 4A champs. My daughter was on the winning 400 free relay, which clinched the state title. It's the first time they've won since she was a freshman. She's a senior and team captain this year. Super excited. I want to just give a special shout out to those athletes. Of the 21, the team is 80 swimmers, but there's 21 swimmers competed at state, and of the 21 swimmers competing at state, about 18 of them were down with a very hard flu, and yet they won the state title anyway. So it was very, very close, just edged out to Homa for the state champs. Also, Sammamish High School, another Bellevue high school, clinched the state title in 2A swimming as well, which was very exciting. And Bellevue High School was second for the state title in 3A swimming, losing to Mercer Island for the 3A state title. So Bellevue particularly, but also the east side has some amazing athletes. And I just really wanted to give a shout out to them because it's really exciting. And it was so exciting to be there knowing that the race came down to that 400 free relay to see them win. It's super exciting. So especially since they were all so sick, Seattle Times wrote about it as well for Sammamish
Well,
and Newport.
congratulations.
Anyway, very
That's
exciting.
exciting.
Thank you for letting me give a shout out to those amazing girls.
Yes. So I'm going to just discuss public comment tonight because we have had a number of people signed up for public comment, and we only give 30 minutes at the beginning of the meeting. Now, when there's a lot of people, I'm authorized to give preference to people speaking to an item on the agenda. And I'm also we do have the ability to open public comment up again toward the end of the meeting. So after we've gone through the agenda, if there's time before 10 p.m., we can open public comment up again, which I'm going to do tonight because we have more than 10 people signed up for public comment, and we are going to prioritize people speaking to the agenda tonight because it's an important budget meeting. So when we get to public comment, we'll have the clerk take over with that. But let's go ahead and ask Charmaine to do the roll call.
Mayor Robinson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Neuenhuis.
Here.
Councilmember Barksdale.
Here.
Councilmember Lee. Here. Councilmember Robertson.
Here.
Councilmember Stokes.
Here.
And Councilmember Zahn.
Here.
Thank you.
And I'm also going to ask, last week we did a proclamation on Iran, and we didn't get a chance to have a picture with all of you. So tonight, after we take pictures for the 2 proclamations, we'll do a 3rd picture with you. All right, so let's go ahead with the flag salute. Councilmember Barksdale, could you lead us, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we have 2 proclamations tonight. The first one is Lung Cancer Awareness Month proclamation. Councilmember Robertson's going to read that.
Thank you. And this proclamation is very important to me. I've lost 3 people I loved to lung cancer, 2 of whom were never smokers. So it's a very terrible disease. Whereas lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer death among men and women in the United States, and whereas 90% of lung cancer deaths in the U.S. are due to smoking and secondhand smoke, and whereas Washington State ranks above average in lung cancer survival rates when compared with other states, but below average in the percent of cases that receive treatment after diagnosis. Whereas, according to the American Lung Association, more than half of people with lung cancer die within 1 year of being diagnosed, as the majority of cases are diagnosed in later stages. But the 5-year survival rate for lung cancer is 56% for cases detected when the disease is still localized within the lungs. And whereas screening for individuals at high risk, even without symptoms, has the potential to dramatically improve lung cancer survival rates by finding the disease at an earlier stage when it is more likely to be curable. Now therefore, on behalf of Lynn Robinson, Mayor of the City of Bellevue, Washington, and on behalf of the City Council, I do hereby proclaim November 2022 as Lung Cancer Awareness Month in Bellevue to increase awareness of the severity of this disease and emphasize the importance of screening among high-risk individuals. Signed, Lynn Robinson, Mayor of Bellevue.
Thank you. The next commendation is for Wintergrass, and we have Wendy Tyner, Bruce Skinner, Patrice O'Neill, and Mary Pat Byrne accepting. And reading that is Councilmember Stokes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. You know, this, as liaison to the Arts Commission and a fan of the honorees both, I'm very pleased to read this. Wintergrass, whereas Wintergrass is a 4-day annual music festival in Bellevue featuring bluegrass and other acoustic musical styles, and whereas Wintergrass recently won the Washington Festivals and Events Association Washington State Event of the Year. And that includes dozens of events and music and everything across the whole state. It's just amazing. Whereas Wintergrass is a collection of Bellevue's goal to welcome the world through a different perspectives and experiences, providing an immersive experience into a unique music community with workshops, classes, performances, dances, and jam sessions. And whereas as a way to break down barriers to participation in arts and cultural events, the Bellevue Arts Program awarded a competitive grant to the Wintergrass organization to provide youth education, full student scholarships, lower ticket prices for seniors, and free admission for children. And whereas the last 5 live Wintergrass Festival generated $6.8 million in local revenue for hotels, restaurants, retail shops, and more. And whereas making events such as Wintergrass successful requires partnerships and shared support through businesses, nonprofits, local governments, and the community. Organizations such as the Washington Festivals and Events Association play a vital role in fostering the region's arts and culture identity and directly affecting the tourism, economic development, and potential of our state and our cities with unique festivals and events. And whereas the city is proud to encourage and support the arts as a vital part of community life, and we are fortunate to have such a rich cultural event in Bellevue, as well as supportive organizations like the festival coordinators to help promote and sustain these unique events. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Lynn Robinson and on behalf of the Bellevue City Council, do this 14th day of November in the year 2022, hereby commend Wintergrass for providing a positive cultural, artistic, and economic benefit to the city of Bellevue and our region by sharing the beauty and intricacy of unique musical styles and the importance of keeping them alive and well. Signed, Lynn Robinson, Mayor, City of Bellevue.
Thank you, Councilmember Stokes. Would you like to speak? Or okay, come on up and speak. Then we'll do a picture.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is Bruce Skinner. I'm the Executive Director of the Washington Festivals and Events Association. We're statewide, obviously, from Hoop Fest in Spokane to the Mariners to the Seahawks to the Kraken to Seafair to Capitol Block Party, et cetera. Over 400 members throughout the state. And this year we selected Wintergrass as the top event in the state. It's always one of the top events. Many years it's the best event. But they really went above and beyond this year because it was in February. And when many events were canceling due to the pandemic lingering on, they not only staged the event, they led the rest of us through the event, showed us how you can do an event safely. And that's why they were selected the event of the year. Thank you.
Terrific. Okay, let's do a picture. Thanks for doing that. Okay, City Clerk, do we have anybody signed up for oral communication? Oh, first we have to approve the agenda. Is there a motion to do that?
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Now, can we do oral communications?
Yes. As the mayor indicated, we do have a number of speakers signed up this evening. We have approximately 20 folks signed up for oral communications. And for the public's information, as the mayor said, council rules indicate that oral communications is for a period of no longer than 30 minutes. And preference is given to those speakers who are speaking on a topic on tonight's agenda, as the mayor stated. With that, I will call our first three speakers who have a PowerPoint together, and that is Jan Keller, Cord Olson, and Paul Bruno.
City Clerk, are our monitors working right now? Because we just have empty screens.
There you
Thank
go.
you.
Thank you. I'll be tracking your time separately.
Shall I start? Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jennifer Keller, nicknamed Jan, and I live at 115 146th Avenue Southeast in Bellevue. I work with local youth on sustainability through Bellevue Youth Link's Climate Action Team and through the local group called Sustainability Ambassadors, although I speak as an individual today. I start from the young people's interests and concerns and help them build up their understanding so they can take more effective action. I'm so delighted when they step up, organize their ideas, and come and share their individual thoughts with you, as three of them did in the budget hearing last week. Next slide, please. I want to echo the concerns I've heard many times from youth about how important climate action is. I want to thank you for your careful attention during the hearing and how you asked staff to look into important questions for environmental stewardship spending, like the balance between spending to decrease municipal emissions versus community emissions, how federal and state allocations for climate action can work with our city spending, how to dig into the wedge analysis and identify the actions that will make the most difference. These are good questions. Next slide, please. The youth who I work with understand how critical it is to cut human emissions 50% by 2030. They've heard the warnings from the United Nations Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, that missing that goal would mean that we hit a tipping point, a point of no return, and we would see catastrophic effects in their lifetimes and far beyond. Next slide, please. They've already seen summertime heat and drought and smoke and chaotic weather events here and around the world. They know that it's essential that we take effective action for them and for future generations. Bellevue youth and adults alike are counting on our city to cut emissions 50% by 2030, as pledged by the City Council in 2014 and again in 2019. Next slide, please. So this is a moment of great concern. 2030 is coming up all too soon, and it will take time to scale up a number of our actions. Next slide, please. But this is also a moment of tremendous opportunity when so many solutions and actions are becoming clearer every day. This is a moment to look at the urgency of climate action, but also to recognize the health benefits and economic benefits of making our energy systems much cleaner and more efficient. We need to seize this moment for so many reasons. So I want to echo what the young people have been saying. It's time to really step up and drive toward our 2030 commitment. As you know, the city isn't on track yet. Funding for much bolder emissions-cutting actions is needed in the next 2 years. People for Climate Action outlined important actions in the handout they gave you in the November 7th budget hearing. Please fund these actions. For the sake of the young people and all of us, I ask that you seize this moment and fully fund all the climate actions we need to hit our 2030 goal. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Madam Mayor. I'm Cord Olson, and I live in Lake Hills area of Bellevue. Next slide, please. Last week, People for Climate Action recommended spending $6.5 million in the 2023-24 budget to cut emissions in the building sector. One more, thanks. In my 3 minutes tonight, I'd like to explain why that is urgent. Next slide, please. Because there are no state actions addressing energy use in homes and commercial buildings under 20,000 square feet, local governments must focus on those two areas in the building sector. Together, they account for at least 30% of Bellevue's greenhouse gas emissions. City actions are urgent because it takes several years to have the necessary cumulative emissions impact in those areas. Pardon me. Next slide, please. This slide shows the building sector recommendations that were in the handout we gave you last week. Due to limited time, I'll briefly focus on only our recommendations for existing single-family homes highlighted in yellow in the slide. Because the federal IRA incentives will be available next year for homeowners, we need a program to inform and help homeowners navigate those and other incentives. Most people are not aware of the opportunities to cut emissions in their homes and save electricity. To provide such advice, we see the need for 3 full-time city employees annually. Next slide, please. This slide shows how we calculated that need. Basically, if a single advisor can assess the specific needs and advice for 2 homeowners per day, 3 advisors can cover 1,320 homes per year. Hopefully that would cause significant improvements in 9,000 homes by 2030. That's about half of the homes built before 1986, when the Energy Code first started to significantly impact home building. In short, it will take 3 full-time staff people working steady to promote cutting emissions in half of the homes that need fixing by 2030. This is just a partial snapshot. Remember, detached single-family homes are only one part of the broader building sector effort that PCA recommends. We have also recommended actions in the transportation sector. Thank you for your time.
Great. Good evening, Mayor Robinson, City Council members, City staff. My name is Paul Bruno, and I've been a resident in Bellevue for the last 4 years. Next slide, please. At last week's meeting, you heard People for Climate Action speakers agree with city staff who have said that the Bellevue Environmental Stewardship Program future efforts need to focus on both the building and transportation sectors. As you can see on this chart, we know that's where 86% of the community-wide emissions are. Next slide, please. In the October 24th staff presentation on the ESI budget, we all heard that the first draft of the 23-24 budget showed the city spending nearly 3 times the amount on city internal operations improvements rather than on reductions in the community buildings transportation sector emissions. Again, that's where 86% of the emissions are. This is way out of balance and doesn't put us back on track to hit the 2030 emissions reduction commitment that the City Council has pledged. You've also heard youth voices echo these same concerns. We've even heard city staff say that the 23-24 budget draft will not put us on track to hit the 2030 emissions commitment. Since last Monday, hopefully you've had a chance to study PCA's proposed $6.6 million biennium budget for emissions cutting actions in the building sector, plus proposed $3.1 million biennium budget for actions that would cut transportation sector emissions. Court just gave you a brief explanation of how an ambitious program to cut emissions in detached single-family homes will need to launch fast in 2023 with substantial funding support in order to steadily cut emissions in the residential building sector by 2030. The budget recommended by PCA for such single-family detached home programs alone is over $3 million, which is substantially more than all of the ESI operating budget allocated in the original city's budget draft. Furthermore, PCA recommends still more funds are needed for other building sector and transportation sector emissions cutting. In short, the original budget draft falls short in allocating sufficient funds for the city to get on track to hit the 2030 emissions reduction commitment. Either the city must transfer funds allocated for improving its own government operations or must find substantial funds elsewhere in the budget in order to put us back on track for that emissions cut.
The next, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you
And
so
can
much.
email them to city council or council@bellevue.gov. The next speaker on the list is Chad Vaculin, who's joining us virtually. Mr. Vaculin, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Okay, perfect. Your time begins now.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Chad Vacuum with the Housing Development Consortium, and I serve as staff for the East Side Affordable Housing Coalition. This is a coalition that includes dozens of housing providers, service providers, faith leaders, housing advocates, and others that serve Bellevue and serve other cities throughout the East Side. And we appreciate that the city of Bellevue has shown continued efforts to analyze affordable housing tools and urge you to use this analysis to prioritize the high impact tools that have strong affordability components. And we're committed to working with you to significantly increase the number of affordable homes available to Bellevue households and really meet the housing needs of our community. And as we all know and like feel in our own ways, Bellevue is facing an affordability crisis, and it threatens our economic and racial diversity in the city. And we see too many families that are faced with a tough decision to either, leave the city in search of more affordable housing for their families, or to deal with the burden of spending too much money on housing costs that really create a situation where they're less able to respond to unexpected financial emergencies, such as a health emergency or lost job, broken down vehicle, things like that. And Bellevue must really use every tool in its toolbox to build homes that are affordable to the workers that make the city such a flourishing place. Bellevue has been a leader throughout the region in many areas and has another opportunity to lead in the pursuit of affordability. And while the timing of implementation is critical, there are tools that can be implemented now that will have a high degree of impact for affordability. So I urge you to adopt mandatory inclusionary zoning alongside broad and substantial upzones, and implement a commercial fee in lieu program to fund affordable housing. And by creating increased development capacity through upzones, not only will more housing be able to be created, but a portion of that added value can be captured for public benefit by pairing it with mandatory inclusionary zoning. This can make a significant dent in Bellevue's need of affordable housing. So pairing an affordability requirement with increases to development capacity, such as an increase to allowable floor area ratio, offsets the cost of affordability requirement and captures some of the added value for public benefit. And it's really important to note that an affordability requirement, if it's not implemented at the time of the upzone, the opportunity to capture the public benefit is lost. And we've seen many cities throughout our region have great success with mandatory inclusionary zoning policies, including Redmond, Kirkland, Seattle, and even Bellevue itself in the early 90s. These experiences show us that an appropriately calibrated and timely MIZ program can both incentivize housing production and ensure permanent affordability for low and moderate income households. So thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and we look forward to partnering with you in the future.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list is Cliff Cawthon, and Mr. Cawthon is also joining us virtually. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Your time begins now.
Excellent. So my name is Cliff Cawthon. I'm the Advocacy and Policy Manager for Habitat for Humanity, Seattle, King, Kittitas counties. And also we are part of the East Side Affordable Housing Coalition. You heard from my colleague from the HDC before me, and I first wanted to thank you for giving me this time to speak to you, and also for your efforts to find really effective policy solutions to deal with this crisis. And we are grateful for that and look forward to partnering with you further. So I'll be quick. that Bellevue needs as many affordable housing tools as it can muster, and it really faces a crisis that home prices and rents have just spiraled out of control to the point where so many people who work in Bellevue cannot live there. One of my part-time jobs is actually as a professor at Bellevue College, and the good number of my colleagues live outside of Bellevue, including in South King County, because they cannot afford to live there. So this just doesn't just reflect Bellevue's desirability as a city, but also it reflects the reality of Bellevue as a job center, and it will continue to grow. But to sustain itself effectively and equitably, it needs to build more affordable homes. So, as my colleague said before, I would like to encourage you, and there will be a number of other folks to encourage you to look at adopting mandatory inclusionary zoning alongside substantial upzones to be able to capture the value of those upzones as well as to be able to provide the scope of affordable homes and that will be needed in order to be able to create mixed income communities that can facilitate greater social mobility as well as to provide opportunities for people who work in Bellevue and who live in Bellevue now to continue to be a part of the community, to help grow the community. And I should also add that Bellevue has, you know, has adopted inclusionary zoning from 1991 to 96. And in the past, it produced a couple hundred affordable homes in record time. And I believe if the city of Bellevue were to adopt mandatory inclusionary zoning, as well as incentivizing housing production and using substantial upzones, that can do this again and even more and move forward in an equitable and sustainable way. Thank you for your time and consideration.
The list is Matt Jack, who is also joining us virtually. Mr. Jack, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, your time begins now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Robinson, council members. I'm commenting on behalf of the Bellevue Downtown Association to urge the city to adopt a CPA that sets the foundation for a future curb management plan by end of year. The BDA has made the curb management plan its 2022 mobility priority, a topic that our transportation committee has tracked closely over the course of 8 meetings since the initiative to develop the plan kicked off earlier this year. Our work has revealed the complexity of curb space issues and that for a management plan to be successful, it needs to account for all of the uses that interact with the curb. And the proposed comp plan update creates the basis for a future curb management plan to account for all of the uses. That foundation is important for a future curb management plan. The proposed CPA aligns with the BDA's 2019 Grand Connection Pilot Activation Report and its 2021 Placemaking Workshop Series Report, which both recommend permitting process updates that encourage public space activation and a playbook that identifies where and what type of placemaking can be programmed in the public realm. However, the language use of consider for the policies new 2, new 6, and new 7 suggests that the city needs to conduct further analysis to inform another policy update. We encourage the city to use language that is more supportive of the policy's intent while retaining flexibility for further evaluation in its application. We suggest replacing consider with allow for, so the policies create the basis for application with the underlying notion that there's performance criteria and oversight. Additionally, we encourage you to follow up with city staff tonight on items 3, 4, and 5 from our September letter to the Planning Commission regarding the proposed CPA. Those items are item 3, clarify whether EV stations are required, and that's for element TR 139. Item 4, how does the city plan to manage privately owned curb spaces that connect to publicly owned curb spaces? And if whether or not a comprehensive plan amendment was needed for that. And item 5, address the immediate issues about how the project design review weighs the criteria for new uses that were not accounted for during the land use code updates. Lastly, we strongly encourage the city to improve the public information about the CMP's evolution over this past year. So much has been revealed. Sharing clear information will be vital for the CMP's progression because stakeholders who engage at different stages of the process don't get to benefit from the full picture, which may embolden well-meaning community members to obstruct the work by commenting on misunderstandings. Again, we encourage you to advance the CPA by the end of the year so we can keep the momentum going on the CMP. The BDA remains a committed partner to track the development of the CMP and engage when appropriate.
Mr. Jack,
Thank you for
your
your
time.
leadership, time, and attention. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on our list is Tony Andrews, who is also joining us virtually. Mr. Andrews, I don't see you identified by name. Can you use the raise hand function? Okay, I do not see a hand. Going on to the next speaker, that would be Reverend Steve Barber, who is here in person.
Well, good evening. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I want to put a little face onto something, and I want to thank you for giving us this opportunity to come before you. I'm the pastor of St. Peter's United Methodist Church in the Crossroads area. And we're sitting down there on about just under 5 acres. But we'd like to partner with the city because I know you're doing some density review of coding to do some affordable housing, which I was just listening to. And so what we would like to do is, I think we've looked at some of the tentative guidelines you all have established or you're working on establishing, and we meet most of them, except we are zoned, I think, as R5, but right next to us on our east side is an 88 building, 88 units, 18 building, 88 units, was R15. And so that's just right next to us, but we are on a bus route. It's lovely property. We'd like to have you come down and take a look at it. We would like to get it some partnership so that we can make it for affordable housing is what we would like to do. Our neighbors have supported us in the past because we've housed those who were unsheltered, both women and children and families. And we worked and supported getting that built for this area, for the east side. And so now we would just like to make that next step in getting you all to help us and partner with you that we can take care of so that people who work over here can have the ability to live in this community and not have to have this economic apartheid where they must live outside of the city and come in, and then at the end of their work they go home. And so we're looking to build a building that would house a number of people, and it would be affordable housing. But we need a partnership with you and the zoning to make that happen. This is a record. You got a pastor up here, and I've talked already. Did I miss anything, Kathy, and you guys? No? Questions? Because I could keep going here.
We don't do back and forth at public comment, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do see Mr. Andrews now online. Mr. Andrews, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Tony Andrews, and I'm a Bellevue resident in the Crossroads neighborhood. I was looking at the council memorandum on the budget and saw that some of the information that staff provided to council in response to questions related to the budget was not quite accurate. In particular, I'm talking about the questions related to piloting a behavioral health crisis response team alongside CCAT. Information made public and given to the council should be trustworthy, and I was surprised to see inaccuracies, especially as relating to questions about a community responder pilot that does not include armed police officers. It's curious that Bellevue is proposing to go forward with a $5.5 million plus police co-response program, CCAT, after a 3-month pilot with a lightweight post-analysis, yet are stating that a behavioral health pilot would take a year. While taking time with a careful pilot is important, the reasons for the difference in the timeline should be explained to us, the public. I am very much in favor of more time to collect public input on the right response at the right time for our diverse, multilingual, multicultural community, especially because this public input into the CCAT pilot was completely missing. If Bellevue is not convinced of the efficacy of a community responder program, I would suggest that they hire an outside expert to study how many calls could be diverted from 911. In addition, the information given to council about Kirkland's programs is wrong. Currently, during the first phase of the community responder rollout in Kirkland, police arrive to 911 calls along with the social workers. However, and this is a critical distinction to understand, they come in separate vehicles, so either party may leave if they aren't needed. Also, they are in the process of transitioning to sending responders without any police to mini calls based on dispatch protocols. It was claimed that Kirkland has found that 50% of community members prefer speaking to a police officer over a social worker. But I've learned that Kirkland's first responders have never collected that data and don't even ask clients that question. It's concerning that this false and misleading statement has been included in material produced by the city. Many communities are implementing alternative responses to a variety of call types that police respond to, and I would like to see Bellevue consider this as well, so our excellent police department is able to respond to calls that are more appropriate for their mission and their training, and they can focus on the work that so many of us want, like solving property crime. Bellevue should use this opportunity to modernize its first responder services and join other cities in taking a health-first approach to help people in crisis. We need to ensure that the members of the Bellevue community receive care and support in those moments when they need it most. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list is Joseph Brazen.
Hello, everybody. Joseph Brazen. My wife and I, Randy, have owned the building on Main Street for about 21 years, and we have a restaurant, 520 Bar and Grill there. Probably 10 out of the last 15 years, I've been the president of the Old Bellevue Merchants Association. So regarding the curb issues and all that, we're all in favor of that development and moving that way. When we first started on Old Bellevue, there was like a lot of women's clothing stores. Now there's like 24 restaurants. For years, we always hear about parking, but you walk down the street, all the restaurants are full, and parking is really not a problem. It's been really good. I think some of the programs we've done with all the buildings there, people have all found parking. I think what we did during COVID, opening up the streets and having outdoor dining and all that, you saw how many people loved that, and it was a huge success. You continue that for 3 years, and it's been great for the restaurants and people because people want to be outside, and that's been great. We have another restaurant in Lincoln Square where in the summer no one wants to be there because there's no outdoor seating, but in Old Bellevue it's very unique that way, and having enhancing and growing the outside business, it would be wonderful. To do that, there's other things that on that is our food vendor, U.S. Foods, is doing a program I might be interested in, is that they probably do about half the restaurants in town, but they have a new program called Pronto. They're trying to get away from having the big trucks come down Main Street and Lincoln Square. Sometimes they're backed up 5 in a row. But the concept's more like Amazon, where we can now get 6 deliveries a week, and so they deliver in these little Sprinter vans. So now they can get in and out, they can park, I think that's a new trend, and they're doing that. And it's been great for us because we don't have to have those big trucks blocking the whole street. In that, we could also maybe do something or think about between 7 and 10 o'clock in the morning is open up the curbs, let these little Sprinter vans come in, and get deliveries for everybody, and then put it back somewhere else. But I think that's going to be the way of the future. They don't have to pay higher prices. They have those drivers. It's hard when they have those things. So I think that's really great. Also, if we could think about curbsides as having some sort of Uber stand where you see a lot of people going to Old Bellevue that way. But if we had certain designated areas where now you could get picked up and get dropped off, that would really be great. And the last thing, there's a thing called Reef, where Blue, the condos next door, they have a thing called Reef, which is an app now that you can find parking. I think there's like 3 spots in Bellevue that have it. But if more people worked in that, so when you go there, there's always like empty parking spots. So you can see where there's, right next door to the restaurant, there's 25 spots. People can go there, they can park, they know it, and then all of a sudden, if they want to stay longer, it will text you back. But it's something that if every building up and down Main Street had that, you could see that there's 100 free parking spots. So we're working on those kind of things. We'd love to do anything, and we're in favor.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list is Steve Fantle, who's joining us virtually. Mr. Fantle, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, your time begins now.
Thank you, and good evening. My name is Steve Fantle. I live at 4722 130th Avenue Southeast. I've been a longtime Bellevue resident, and I've previously volunteered with the City of Bellevue Transportation Engineering Department, assisting in the areas of bicycle safety infrastructure and Vision Zero, as well as volunteering with Complete Streets Bellevue nonprofit advocacy group. Although I'm no longer formally serving as a volunteer with the city, my interests remain strong and I continue to contribute suggestions for improving traffic safety. Tonight, I would like to endorse expanding funding for Vision Zero in the upcoming city budget, and I'd like to put forth the following specific suggestions to help eliminate traffic deaths and serious injuries. Firstly, improvements to crosswalk signal design. Number one, have the advanced walk before vehicle traffic gets the green light, which has been implemented in select areas, and I'd like to expand that practice. Secondly, implement all-way walk cycles with no right turn on red in selected high pedestrian volume intersections such as along Bellevue Way, downtown. Thirdly, implement automatic walk for the entire green cycle without the need for using push button actuators, which is happening in many cities across the country. And then lastly, change the design for the countdown timers for the entire walk cycle, with emphasis being put on the white walk portion rather than on the flashing red don't walk portion. This can help to eliminate pedestrian anxiety and improve traffic flow. And for a model of that, you can look at Washington, D.C. Secondly, I'd like to see expanding the lowering of speed limits beyond what's currently being done just for neighborhood streets, with emphasis placed on high-speed arterial streets and streets lacking adequate bike infrastructure, such as Newport Way, Factoria Boulevard, Coal Creek Parkway, 124th Avenue Southeast in the Factoria area, Lake Hills Connector, and Southeast 8th in the downtown area. Thirdly, I'd like to see installation and use of safety cameras and the associated technology throughout the city in order to enforce speed limits 24/7 and to complement the limited police resources that are available for speed control. And then lastly, I'd like to see the council consider ordinances to address distracted behaviors which contribute significantly to collisions, such as no handheld cell phones being used by bicyclists when in motion, and similarly, no handheld cell phones used by pedestrians when in a crosswalk or when in motion on a multi-use path. I'd like to see
your time,
requiring-
Mr. Fantle, my apologies. Your 3 minutes has expired.
I'm sorry. Well, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mayor, that does bring us to the 30-minute mark for oral communications.
Okay, great. How many more people do we have signed up?
There are 10.
10, okay. So if we can get through this agenda before 10 o'clock, then we'll have more time to do more public comment at that time. So let's see. We have 2 things in the packet that we're not discussing tonight. One is our Parks and Community Services Board third quarter report, and the other is under the report of the city manager, a report on winter weather preparedness.
Don't give 10 people chance to speak because when 10 o'clock finishes it, why are you talking about? There's freedom of speech. We have right to speak everybody.
Thank you.
No, your correction very
I'm going to ask you to take that conversation outside the chamber so we can continue with the meeting, and we'll have the,
Everybody have right to speak.
that's right, within a certain time frame. Let's see, so the report from the city manager is in the packet on the winter weather preparedness and response. We're on to consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve?
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, so we have 3 study session items tonight, and the first one we're going to take up is our 2023-24 operating budget and the 23-29 capital investment program. After that, we're going to bring back a topic we did not get to last week, which is our affordable housing tools update. And then we'll go to the Planning Commission recommendations on the curb management. So let's start with the budget, Mr. Miyake.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. This evening, staff are seeking final direction in terms of any amendments to the preliminary budget in preparation for a budget adoption next week, which is on the 21st. And just by way of background, last week, council requested additional information and posed questions to staff in preparation for tonight's meeting. Responses to the council's information requests as well as questions were provided in this evening's council packet. And with that, I'm going to just go ahead and hand it back to you, Mayor, to obtain any final direction you'd like to give to the staff for next week.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, we were just thinking we'd hand it back to you this evening. If you'd like me
Right
to give,
now.
Right now. If you'd like me to
Okay.
give some opening comments, I certainly can. I'll leave it up to your discretion, ma'am.
Okay, so this is an opportunity for council to go through some amendments that they may have brought forward. We provided questions to staff last week, and we got answers, and those are all in the packet. We can bring those up if you are interested in doing that, but I think we'll really focus on whether or not we have an amendment to what's been proposed by the staff for our budget. So the first topic is arts funding. Is there anybody with an amendment on arts funding? Okay, Deputy Mayor, I see you.
Mayor, do you want me to speak to the amendment first, or pass the amendment first, or ask for a second first and then speak to it?
Why don't you give us your amendment first, and then we'll.
Okay. Then I move to transfer as a one-time funding for 2023, $85,000 for the arts from the CIP project Arts and Culture Fund number G112 to the General Fund operating grants.
Second.
Okay, any comments or questions? Why don't you?
Thank you.
speak to it
I'll be
first?
quick because I know there's a lot on the agenda tonight, and I probably am by no means the only council member up here that agree that arts play such an important role in our city, and some of our arts programs and Wintergrass in particular took a little bit of a haircut during this budget process. But as we've all heard from the economic development team multiple times, $1 spent for the arts comes back 6-7-fold to us. So, plus the arts is a real core value and something that residents really desire and appreciate and want to see in our community. So, and for such, a small dollar amount in a $2.3 billion biennium budget, feels like the right things to do, and I would appreciate my colleagues' support on this. Thank you.
Any comments or questions on this proposal? Okay, I agree with you.
Thank you.
I'm happy that somebody's bringing this forward, because I would have done it. I think there's
Yeah.
a lot of us who feel that way.
Absolutely.
Councilmember Stokes, do you have a comment or question?
Yeah, no, I agree on this, and I'm glad to have this brought forward. I do think I'm glad we brought this out where we can discuss it more. And there are a lot of other needs we can work into going forward with this. I think we've kind of opened our eyes in a little different way, and I'm very pleased with this, and it's a good step, and we'll move forward. So
Okay.
I'm ready.
Great, so
Thank you.
let's go ahead on it. Councilmember Lee, I see your hand is up.
Thank you. I'd like to support this amendment. Some of us, I think Councilmember Zine and I went to, and also Stokes, a event planners gala. And this art and culture is not just art culture by itself, but it actually generate a lot of support and a lot of opportunity for economic development and also for community building. As was said, very well, that it brings community together in many, many areas, including just whatever. So I really feel that it's a place that bring not just our city, but the whole region together. So I support it, and I commend the good work everybody is doing in this.
Great, thank you. All right, we've had the motion seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that amendment passes. The next one is Vision Zero. Does anybody have okay, I see Janice. Okay, Councilmember Zahn.
Yes, so I'll start with the motion first.
Okay.
I move to increase the funding in the 2023 and 2024 CIP project for Vision Zero to $500,000 each year by front-loading the funding from the latter years of the CIP, and that the Vision Zero budget be reevaluated at the next budget cycle.
Okay,
And then if I may speak to the
go
motion.
for it. Yeah.
So I know that Vision Zero is something we are committed to, and that 2 years ago, we moved some of the budget so that instead of waiting until 2023, we got started in the first 2 years. Every year, we have a Vision Zero action plan. We know where the high incident areas are. And although I'm super excited about our Be Safe, and hopefully we will get that $40 million, it is in a discrete area within the city. And what we need to do is make sure that we move with more urgency in the Vision Zero work. I heard at the SCA PIC meeting last week that some of the cities are actually moving forward with adding some more safety cameras in different areas. And so I think that as we look holistically at assessments at schools and looking at how we might discreetly reduce speeds, more efforts are needed. And I just think that we need to move with more urgency. So I hope that everyone agrees. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have, okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, I know that we're in for a grant in DC, US DOT, and hopefully we get that, and that will replenish our funding to do even more than we've budgeted to do. But in the meantime, and in case we don't get that grant, I think this is a great idea. So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, I'm sorry, I don't see Councilmember Lee anymore, so if he had his hand up, I cannot see it. Okay, and indeed he does. Go ahead, Councilmember Lee, sorry about that.
It's all right. I support Vision Zero, absolutely. But I think it's got a lot of visibility. I believe that PSRC, the county, many cities, and the state, we are all paying a lot of attention to it. And so I heard, Councilmember mention we need to provide more urgency, and I think we do. I don't want to look at it lightly, and I think it depends on how much we're committed to it. The only reservation, it doesn't mean that I don't support it, but I just want to make a point. We have so many competing needs. We just heard environmental stewardship, they would like to have more money and this and that. And I just feel that we are looking at a very good federal grant opportunity, and I am confident we'll get something. So I'm not sure whether this is the right amount, whether this is the right time, whether we should. And I believe that we have demonstrated our commitment and our urgency to it. So after it's set, I'm willing to go whichever way. But I just want to be sure that we, don't slight other projects. Thank you.
So which way do you vote for this?
Well, depends on the vote.
Well, we just took a vote, and
If my vote make a difference, I would decide. If it doesn't make a difference, I go with the majority.
Okay, I'll take that as an aye. Okay, the next topic is public safety. Okay, I see Councilmember Barksdale. Anybody else? Go ahead. Go ahead and make your motion, and then you can speak to it.
Okay, I have one thing I wanted to confirm, if that's cool. That's not a motion.
Okay.
Okay. Just wanted to confirm the staff that there's funding available for the evaluation in the budget, in the existing budget, for the evaluation of call data, 911 call data and so forth, to determine what percentage of calls could be handled by behavioral health only response.
So I think I can speak to that. Yes, there is funding in the budget for a prospective look at call data, as the packet notes going back in time is cost prohibitive and the data doesn't always exist well. So it would be a forward look at evaluation of call data.
And to the extent possible, I would recommend using a third party or partnering with a third party who has done this analysis just to ensure accuracy.
Could you repeat one more time? Sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
To the extent possible, I recommend using a third party who has done this analysis just to ensure accuracy.
I'll make sure I make a note of that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll make sure that feedback is
Okay, thank you.
An objective third party.
Thank you. All right, so my first motion is I move to delay allocating money for a transit unit until the need is demonstrated as part of the mid-buy budget review.
Okay, I don't hear a second.
second.
Okay, second. All right, go ahead and speak to it.
All right, so, and I've just given the nature of it, prepared some remarks here. So, you know, I've heard the concerns about crime coming with transit, but still haven't seen the evidence that suggests a relationship between transit and crime. The packet mentioned conversations with other jurisdictions, but I didn't see any sort of detail about what the nature of those conversations were. Excuse me. And I haven't seen any evidence about the relationship between transit and crime for our existing transit infrastructure, so park and rides and so forth. And even if there were data around the relationship, best practices published by the International City Management Association and the Department of Justice note that staffing, police staffing, should be based on demand or workload versus population density, and it should not be based on population density and crime rates, but instead on workload, as the 2018 report actually did base it on, the recommendation on. As we heard during the public hearing and through emails we've received, not everyone, from what I could tell, especially people who frequently use transit, feel comfortable with more police presence at transit stations. So I feel like we don't have enough basis to allocate the 1.5 million per year for a police transit unit at this time. So I think we should revisit this budget allocation after the need for transit police has been demonstrated. And I think we still have ample time before light rail opens.
Okay, any comments or questions? Okay, go ahead and then I'll speak.
Well, I guess I would like to hear the responses to the questions that are being asked by Councilmember Barksdale, a better understanding of, in the current budget, when is the money being allocated? What are our assumptions about when the light rail will open? And I think that when we spoke about this last week, I believe it was last week, there was discussion about the fact that the need for this increase is a much broader view than because we have light rail coming. So I would like to better understand the context and what and some of the questions that are being asked. It felt like there were questions asked and we are not having a dialogue.
I can start. And is Chief Shirley out there? I'm just looking, there he is. I'm just looking to see if I can't. Thank you, Chief Shirley. It's lovely to see you this evening. I will start and talk a little bit about the budget, and then I'll turn your other questions over to Chief Shirley and the team at the table. So the budget, the 23-24 budget assumes a $1.5 million set aside starting in 2024. So that is when it starts. The current estimates on light rail opening that I have heard is mid-2024, though I don't have an exact date, and I am not an expert in transit, but I believe that's the current timeline that we're working with, is a mid-2024 timeline. With that, Chief Shirley, can you speak to the outreach in the other areas that Councilmember Zahn mentioned?
I can.
Thank you.
I'll start it off, and then I'll allow Captain Daryl McKinney to weigh in as well, who did some of the research. So as it relates to the transit unit, when we knew that Eastlink was coming through our city, I tasked our staff with beginning to do some outreach and research to other cities. So we were in contact with our 28 benchmark cities of those that had transit units, and learned quite a bit in terms of the increase in activity that comes along with light rail in a particular city, whether it's on the platform or the park and ride. at no time did we say, or am I saying, just because light rail comes to your city, crime is going to go through the roof. I don't think anybody can say that, but I think what I can say with a level of confidence, based on some of the research we did and my 27 years of experience in law enforcement, is that the increase in population certainly will add to the calls for service that we get for sure. We also had many discussions with Sound Transit as well, and we currently operate right with Sound Transit through the buses and provide that service and respond to those calls as well. But also in the conversations with Sound Transit, which I know Councilmember Barksdale and I were on that call with Sound Transit. They spoke to their limited resources in terms of them covering 1,200 square miles, 53 municipalities, and the shortages they had with staffing, and that each city really was responsible for responding to any activity in their particular city, and they certainly would be there to assist. So that's kind of a baseline. I'm going to hand it over now to Captain Daryl McKinney and Assistant Chief Andrew Papachak if they want to add anything else to that. And then I'll finish.
Thanks, Chief. So, Council, pleasure to be here. I was the one who was tasked with doing the research, which is the reason that I'm here speaking to you. And, when I reached out to all these agencies and spoke to, especially the ones locally, I reached out, spoke to Seattle, spoke to Tukwila, spoke to King County and their Sound Transit Division and their Metro Division, which are two separate parts of King County Sheriff's Office. And the message was consistent. They weren't able to, Tukwila provided some data, the other agencies were not able to provide it, specifically related to light rail. But the message that was consistent was they had seen increases in their crime rates or in the amounts of crime in those general areas. And then the data that was provided specifically by Tukwila showed a significant increase, right? Where the 4 years before they had light rail, so actually let me back up a little bit. They have the International Boulevard Station. It was open for bus service before they got light rail service there. And in that 4 years before the light rail opened, they had 7 reported crimes there. In the 4 years after, they had 221 just at that station. So, like I said, the messaging was consistent amongst the agencies that I spoke with locally and in the research that I did. And the information that Chief Shirley just gave from Sound Transit was consistent with everybody that I spoke to with King County, that they're going to have trouble fulfilling the services when we need law enforcement services related to light rail.
Thank you. Just a couple more points. I appreciate the opportunity of being here. This is about safety for all. Every person that gets on the train, every person that lives near the train. It's about creating that feeling of safety for everybody who touches this, and the consistency of the police department in providing that level of safety for all of those individuals. This is about looking forward of where we want to be. It goes down to that tomorrow's idea of making sure that we're preparing ourselves, because it takes time to train officers in this. And it's getting ahead of it rather than being reactive to it, to make sure that everyone has that safe experience when they're riding the trains when they come here to Bellevue, because it's going to change the city, and we want to make sure it's in a very positive way.
Okay, do you have any other comments or questions, Councilman? Oh, did you, go ahead, Chief Shirley.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to close it out with, and obviously Andrew stated it, right? Our goal is to be prepared up front. Number two, make sure we're providing that safe space and that enjoyable riding experience for everyone, right, that work visit this city. And we will certainly be collaborating, doing community outreach, and working with our partners to make sure we are applying the best practices and collecting data to make sure we adjust as we move forward. But I firmly believe this puts us in the best position to be prepared. Thank you.
Okay. Can I come back to you? Or okay, let's see, Councilman Deputy Mayor, you're next. I've got you on the list.
Oh, okay, thank you. Well, thank you. Sorry. Well, thank you, Mayor. So first and foremost, I think we all want to make it abundantly clear that having a transit police unit or having a police presence is in no way any kind of a reflection on those that use public transportation. This is what this is about. You know, be it bus, light rail, subway, we want everyone to feel safe and thus encourage ridership of light rail in and out of Bellevue. So rather, you know, to me, this is a response to increased activity and people in our city, especially the downtown core. With that increased activity, there's always a possibility of a criminal or security event taking place, no different than how the city prepares for a July 4th event or Snowflake Lane or any other event in the city. What the city manager has really brought forward, and I applaud him for it, is really just a common sense, prudent approach to public safety that further ensures that we are prepared for this commuter growth in our city. We also have a moral obligation to those in our community that have been historically marginalized or lower income individuals and families to be able to get to work, get to school, receive proper health care, which is easier when public transportation is good and safe. So every survey this city takes, public safety is the #1 issue that residents prioritize, and we've had overwhelming support from our residents in this 23-24 budget, and especially for this transit unit by, again, residents of this city. I want to emphasize residents. You know, this budget recommendation's based on exhaustive staffing study that we did with our former police chief, Milet, also recommended by our current police chief. It's another opportunity for us to be proactive and prepare for the growth and all the changes that it brings. And during our last meeting, it was mentioned that there's no justification or data to support this transit police team, but in my mind, that's simply not true. From an academic perspective, there's been studies, one by Morgan Neese at Department of Economics at Akron, that specifically said it can give criminals easier access to potential targets and decrease the probability of getting caught in the Journal of Economics. Recently, the New York Times published a piece that cities want to return to pre-pandemic life, but one obstacle remains for these cities: transit crime. And these are no small cities. We're talking about New York City, San Francisco, Philadelphia, Los Angeles, stories of violent assaults, muggings, stabbings on buses, etc. Now, every city is different, of course. However, specific to Sound Transit, in 2019, there were 225 property crimes, 64 violent crimes. In 2020, there were 218 property crimes and 58 violent crimes. In 2021, there were 3 shootings and 2 murders at the Mount Baker Station. And lastly, in the first 47 days of opening up the North Gate Station, just the first 47 days, and this is Peter Rogoff, former CEO of Sound Transit, who provided these numbers, there were more than 160 security and safety calls. That's just at one station. The other stations, as have been alluded to, the Tequila International Boulevard, Federal Way Transit Center, Angle Lake Light Rail Station, they've all been hot spots for security and safety calls as well. So I will be supporting the budget as is, and I encourage my my colleagues to do the same. It's an important budget. We haven't had this significant of a police increase to the city and to the department in quite some time, actually not since the early 90s. And let's ignore these calls from outside special interest groups that are not residents of Bellevue, because residents of Bellevue want this to happen. They want this funding because they want a safer community. And, you know, the comment that somehow the sheer presence of a police officer somehow makes our community less safe, quite frankly, this belief, I think, is insulting to the men and women of the Bellevue Police Department that have pledged their commitment to this city. And, you know, it's insulting, and there's just no place for it in Bellevue. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Stokes.
I appreciate the comments that have been made. Let me turn this on, it helps, I guess. The comments have been made. It's been an interesting, review, and separate from the other issues we've been talking about. And I took the bus for 20-plus years over there, and it's over the years, it's really changed a lot. And it happens, and people come into Bellevue all the time. When we were before the pandemic, we had more people coming in during the day than lived here, and people back and forth. And I can't get the idea that people who take the light rail are going to go out in a neighborhood and steal something and then take it back on the light rail to go home. So I think there's a lot of kind of inflation of the concern. But the reality is there are things out there. And we're in a different time period in a sense in terms of people's disconnect and the trauma of all going on. And you know, I'd like to see more effective work, which you would too, and it's because of resources and things, out in the neighborhoods. You go next door and you'd think that every other person is having stuff snatched from them every night. And a lot happens. And we're not keeping up with that. It's a concern. I will vote for this. I think that the issues that have been raised are good to look at. I think I've gotten good responses talking to both the fire and police department and individuals. It's a complex issue. And I think the other factor we have to look at is we're talking about 7 officers. And we're not talking about doing something. We work on it, but it'll be 24 more before we get going. And 7 officers in a 24-hour day and you know, every week is not a lot of officers. We're not just flooding the light rail with officers. And you read some of the people's concerns about it, kind of freaking out about Armageddon in light rail. That just stirs things up. I think what we're taking, the concerns that Councilmember Barksdale raised are legitimate concerns. But the answer is not to just say, well, that's happening, we got to do X. We need to work on it. So I appreciate the fact that the police department and the fire department, particularly the police department on this one, are looking at this. How do we make this work? And how do we really present this in a way that is respectful and not just thinking that if we go in like, you know, something on gangbusters, we're going to make a change. It's got to be smart. It's got to be very professional, and I believe it will be. And we have time to work on it and make sure that it really works, and I think we can all work together on it. So it's a good issue, I mean, and a hard issue, but I think we're going in the right direction. And what the council and not just the people who live here, but this city wouldn't work if we didn't have people coming from other places here. So it's all of us in the community have to work together, and I think that's what we're trying to do. And raising these issues and talking about them without denigrating the people who raise them on both sides is a good thing to do, and not a good thing to do to denigrate them, but to get clashing. So I'm ready to go. I think it's been we're going to get down the line in 2 years, 3 years from now. I think we'll be looking at it a little differently, but I think we're going to be successful. So that's what I'm counting on.
Thank you, Councilmember Stokes. Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you. So I oppose the motion. The mid-buy budget process is really a time to make corrections, take into account grant funds we got, fix numbers as they come in. It's not a time to start new initiatives. And by delaying this, it would be doing exactly that, number one. But number two, we would lose the ramp up time that we will have in 2023 to figure out how this unit will be used most effectively. And that ramp up time is really important because number one, we need more law enforcement officers. We have not kept up as our population has grown. And we're also down. We have several openings. So we need to hire up those folks. We need to hire up the new positions over time and get going. To me, it's not about worrying about certain people coming into the city on light rail or whatever. It's about activity areas. When downtown got really active, this council, in conjunction with our police, created a bike patrol to provide special emphasis for people to be nimble, for people to know the folks who are in the downtown and the people that live and work and own businesses there. That was something to do to make that area that is very active safer. It's been very effective. The light rail line with the 6 stops is overlapping and within the growth corridors where we have tons of development going on. We will have a lot of activity in that area, in and around the stations. It just makes a lot of sense. I also found it really interesting that the vast majority of the people who were commenting or testifying against the transit patrol tended to be youngish men. And for me, the perception of safety in public spaces is very different between men and women. So as a woman riding transit late at night alone, my perception of safety is probably very different than a 20 or 30-year-old man. So we want to make sure that every person, man, woman, or child in Bellevue who wants to use transit is safe. And transit is a very important transportation mode. We want more people to use it. Many people stopped during COVID. Many of those riders will not come back if they do not perceive that it is safe to come and go by transit. And we need them back. We need people to ride transit because we don't have enough road capacity once all the buildings that are under construction are full. So making sure that they're safe is very important to me. And as a council member, I find safety and quality of life are my #1 job to look out for the city. The 7 law enforcement officers that will staff this unit are just part of the holistic look at staffing of the 21 positions, 19 commissioned, and keeping all of those positions in the budget is critical to doing that job #1 of safety. I cannot support any reduction in police funding, even if it is added back next year. We need to do it now and get those people hired because we need to have a stronger department and a safer city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stokes?
Yeah, I hope, probably, you're not quite sure what I was.
We
voting
understand.
for is. Okay.
We'll clarify it at
It's
the
not
end.
for
The amendment.
the amendment, it's, yeah, going forward. Okay, just want to make sure.
That's okay. So I'm going to speak and then I'll
But I
call
thought-
on Councilmember Lee. I just want to thank Councilmember Barksdale for bringing this forward because I really appreciate the intent here. And it's so important that we have equity of safety for everybody in our city, whether they live here or they're visiting here, or they're working here. And when I look at the sound transit response times, I think they're 13 minutes and ours are 3 minutes. I mean, I really appreciate Councilmember Robertson's comments. That speaks to me. If something's going on where people are at risk, the sooner we can get somebody out there to protect them, the better. Having said that, I would really like to know that in everything we do, but in this included, that we're going to be working with our BDAN group and our 3Cs group to make sure that the services we provide are something that everybody is comfortable with and that everybody feels like they're getting equitable public safety and that they're treated with respect and it's across the board. So is that part of the training process?
It's absolutely a piece that we would integrate as part of our community engagement process. A program like this doesn't come on board without that engagement process that we do, and that's part of that process. We would expand it beyond that as well to our advisory councils and make sure that there is that input before we deploy a unit like this into the street. Chief, do you have more to add on that?
Yes, and no, I appreciate what the mayor said, and I can assure you, as your chief, we take the concerns of our community seriously in terms of making sure people are treated fairly and not targeted or profiled. That's near and dear to my heart, and I can tell you, the men and women of the Bellevue Police Department, they clearly understand that too. And they're working hard every day to provide good service to people. But we will be open and listening and collaborating with some of the groups you named and others to make sure we're doing it the best way we can every single day. Not just transit unit, but the downtown, our motor unit, our regular patrol officers, our entire police department.
Thank you. Okay, so let me go to Councilmember Lee.
Yes, I cannot support Councilmember Barksdale's amendment. I appreciate his thinking, his thoughtfulness, that he doesn't want to make people feel that they are not welcome and they pose a danger without the proof of such. And so I think that's very, very considerate. However, I believe that, when security, it's goes both ways. Security and safety in mind. When we have the people, like Councilman Roberts mentioned, when they see an influx, because there's going to be more people coming. There's going to be different people that will be coming here. And there'll be different interactions between different people. And I believe that one of the important part of public safety is in prevention. And when you have opportunity of, poor interaction, it may escalate into something even worse, into real, unsafe situation. As we know that, I know from the staff briefing, and I think the chief has mentioned, the city has been in conversation with Sound Transit and Metro, and they realize with increase of people coming to Bellevue, when you increase population, when a different population coming in or going out, whatever, it becomes a collection place. And there will be different interactions. And as we have seen also, if you read and follow the statistics about what's happening in the on buses and transits, there's more and more situations where unsafe situation or make people uncomfortable, and then bad interaction take place. And I think that's increasing. The drivers don't feel safe. People who sit on the buses don't feel safe. Whether it actually is going to be unsafe or not, well, it's hard to say. But I think we need to make sure the environment is such that we do not escalate situation from just people there into something worse. And to prevent that, I believe police, security personnel is important because they are there to assure, to give people the sense of safety and order and lawfulness. I think that's all very important. So I believe that because of those reasons, and furthermore, if we find that we have to, situation do get escalated into worse situation, we need to have people that are ready to do it. And it does take time to ramp up, to have police officers trained in place. We don't want to put a bunch of officers in there who may not be able to handle the situation, or if we're not prepared, and then the situation can escalate, and that's not what we want to do. So this is my perception and my feeling about this, and I support other things that the deputy mayor has said, and it is very well said, very well made. We need to make sure that everybody understand respect. I do, including myself, and I've lived here for many years, and I represent a immigrant community. When we feel police officers in some part of the world, it's unwelcome. They are threatening. But in Bellevue, we are not. Our police department are friends. They provide a sense of security, a peacefulness to our mind. So I think that's a good thing.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee.
Because of that, I could not support Councilman Boxdale's amendment.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions?
Okay, thank you. I appreciate hearing from my colleagues. The safety for all is absolutely important, and I can't speak for the other council members, but I am a regular bus rider. In fact, last Wednesday, I was on 4 different, between light rail and transit, between here, Seattle, and the airport. And so I absolutely appreciate the need for safety for everyone and answering the questions so we can get a better context. I want to make sure that I am clearly able to articulate what I thought I heard, which is that at the end of the day, one of the genesis for this increase is the increase in population of folks coming into our city. And that we are going to be, as we take the next year to ramp up before we start bringing in hiring, doing more community outreach. I thought I heard that. And I would say, my hope is that that would include the advisory committees from the police department. That includes a broad population of our community. And then I believe I also heard this, but I just want to confirm that although this is a transit unit, did I hear correctly that just like our bike patrol and our motorcycle patrol, that ultimately, if we are not seeing the level of need to, for the officers at the transit stations, that they would be repurposed or used or deployed in other ways as well. So although we are talking about this as a transit unit, they are a resource within the police department. Or maybe I'm not answering that correctly.
Chief, I'll defer to you first.
Yes, Councilmember Zana, you're correct on all of the points you just made in terms of your understanding of the transit unit. You are absolutely correct.
Okay, and then I guess my last question, because I know that one of the other items on our budget is also the CCAP program, that then if there is a call or a need to go to a light rail station, if it's more appropriate for it to be more the CCAP team instead, that would be what we deploy. So we're actually leveraging the services or the right Swiss Army knife tool within the toolbox. Is that?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. We obviously want to deploy the most appropriate resource for the situation. So our officers are police officers for the entire city, whether they're transit, whether they're CCAT, downtown unit. We try to make sure we deploy the proper resources to fit the need. Absolutely.
I'm also going to let our city manager weigh in on this a little bit, because it's not, okay, I'll say what I wanted you to say. We're not defining the program right now. I know that you're putting a values in there, which is important, but we'll have lots of time to weigh in on it as well, because it's going to go through a whole process of development. This is just allocating the funding toward the development of it.
Yeah, and thank you, Mayor. I wanted to clarify, because sometimes when I read something in my packet, it doesn't actually sometimes provide the context and the additional perspective. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? I will get to you. Okay, not seeing any. Councilmember Barksdale.
All right, thank you, Mayor. I'll just say thanks for the discussion and also for the responses. I think it's important what's been mentioned in terms of, ensuring the outreach and the safety for everybody, and really taking an equity lens to it. I'll just say I'm going to stick with my motion, but I'm glad to hear the way forward is an equitable one. The reason I'm going to stick with my motion is because, I really think it's important to make sure that we're following the best practices when we're coming up with staffing numbers. And so I do want to encourage us to continue to use those. They were used in the 2018 study. The 2018 study did touch on light rail. It just said get ahead of it. So I get where that language is coming from. But it did not speak to specific workload as it relates to anticipated workload or what have you based on those. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you. And that's
Okay. So the motion that's been seconded is to delay funding for the transit police, the $1.5 million. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay.
No.
Nay. Okay, so I believe that does not pass 1 to 6 or however. Okay, so we're still on public safety, and you said you had 2 amendments.
Yes.
So what's your second one?
Do we want to do it after break?
Can we take a break?
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure, we'll take a break and we'll reconvene in 5 minutes, which is shortly. And we have a quorum, so
person making the amendment.
We're going to get started, and if the person making the amendment's not here, we're just going to move on. Oh, hello. Okay. So I think Councilmember, we're still on public safety, and I think Councilmember Barksdale has a second amendment.
All right, thank you, Mayor. All right, so I move that we allocate $1.4 million to pilot the community responder approach, where a pair of behavioral health professionals respond to community members experiencing a behavioral health crisis when it's the most appropriate response.
I'll second.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so again, remarks. The best that we can offer our community members experiencing a behavioral health crisis is a robust set of crisis response alternatives that fits their range of needs. Even though the CCAT report noted that some people prefer to work with a law enforcement officer, the reality is that not everyone in a behavioral health crisis needs or feels comfortable having law enforcement present. Also, we have to be careful about conclusions we draw from the CCAT findings when it comes to client preference, since the community responder approach wasn't considered as part of the original pilot. I'm proposing that in addition to moving forward with CCAT implementation, we set money aside to pilot a behavioral health only response, in essence, a community responder pilot, where we would hire staff with the experience to respond and who are comfortable with responding to people experiencing a behavioral health crisis. Community responder programs are a growing priority across the country, as indicated by the emails we've received from people actually doing this work. The growing emphasis, including in this region between cities who are part of the regional crisis response. So there's growing emphasis even in this region, who are part of the RACER, formerly RADAR program, and they're currently forming an ILA that would allow for a community responder approach as part of their crisis response options. Safety has been a priority for these growing community responder programs and have been addressed by strategies such as keeping the dispatcher on the line during an engagement and or having a behavioral health professional in the call center to help better assess the situation, which I saw in the packet, which is great to see is happening. I hope that we will one day join the other cities in the RACER program, but piloting a community responder program in the interim will help us understand the value of a community responder approach for our community going into that partnership. And just want to make one note. When I mentioned that not everyone feels comfortable with law enforcement present, that's not specific to our police department. That's just speaking based on lived experience that some people just don't feel comfortable with law enforcement present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we had a second, and so we're up for comment or questions. I'll start. I'll make a comment. I appreciate what you're doing, what you're requesting here, and your sensitivity to people who are not comfortable with a police response when they're in a time of crisis. I will tell you, as a person who's done home care for 35 years, it is, and I actually would like our social worker group to come and maybe speak to this when I'm done, but it's really scary. You don't know what's behind the door when you go to somebody's home. And it's one thing if it's a frequent flyer, as we call them, and you know them well and you know their family, but I've had situations where I've been going to see an elderly patient and halfway through the visit find out that they have a family member with a gun in the back bedroom who's in crisis. And then I'm wondering, how do I get myself out of there? And am I responsible to get my patient out of there as well? And so I've had my partner's car shot at during a home visit by people who were in the area. And it's just, I feel that I was always at risk going in there. And particularly in a crisis situation, it may not always be the person in crisis. It may be somebody else in the house or somebody in the area. You don't know. It could be their friend. You don't know what's going on. And I do not feel comfortable sending people without training on how to deal with that situation like that out alone. I've also talked to our crisis teams, and they feel more comfortable, they've told me, and I'd like somebody to speak to their comfort level of if they were to go on their own. But I personally, I think it's really important to be in separate cars to be in an unmarked car and to not be in uniform, the police officer, because I think those things can be triggering. You can have the same protected response without those police car and a police uniform. But, so I guess I have two questions. One, I would like our crisis team to speak to their experience and what they would recommend in terms of going with a behavioral response only method. And also, and I know it's a pilot, but I'm not sure I'm even comfortable with a pilot. I think I'd rather have them assess the program as they go forward. But can I have somebody from the crisis team respond to, you know, what they would recommend for their own situation? And then also, I forgot my other question. Well, we'll start with that one. I guess the police response to being able to go in without a uniform and in a separate unmarked car from the rest of the patrol.
Hi, my name's Mariah. Can you repeat the question?
Well, the question is, you know, you're part of a team that works with a police officer. What would you recommend with your experience going forward? Would you recommend that there be a behavioral response only without police? Or what would you recommend?
Would it be okay if I pull up a letter that I actually wrote the chief today and
Yep.
read from there?
That would be
Because I
great.
think that actually would help communicate. There's a lot of nuances to response and to crisis response and to emergency response in 911, and it's hard to encapsulate that into just one call type. And I think that's my biggest concern, is that 911 receives a vast and varied and unpredictable amount of calls and types of calls. You'd be surprised what people call 911 for, and it's often not what the call ends up being is not what the original call was for. When we're talking about mental emotional calls, when we're talking about things that just come in as like, oh, an old man fell in the road, crews leave, turns out he's suicidal. He actually jumped in the road. And now we're left there with him without the ability to intervene in the way that the laws allow us. So what I wrote today was that I hold this conviction that that social workers shouldn't go alone on calls. Because having MHPs respond without police officers, one, eliminates immediate access to tools and permissions that only police officers can provide, and in doing so risks achieving the best outcome for the person in crisis. I can speak to that one separately. What I've learned over and over is that it matters where you live, whether that's your city, your county, or your state. My job would look a lot different in a different state. My job would look a lot different in a different county. The rules that I am bound by within my job within the city does not allow for me to intervene with someone who is suicidal if they're going to kill themselves in front of me or harm themselves in front of me. So you can call 911 and you can have a social worker show up. And I absolutely think that we need to be a part of that call response. Because we offer something different, but the beauty, I think, of what happens when we have fire, police, and MHPs involved is we all have different training and background and skills that are necessary to get the person what they need. And so in those moments, I cannot stop that person, but a police officer can. And I've been in those moments with a police officer where I'm trying to maintain confidentiality, but where someone has lunged for a knife in front of me, and I cannot stop them, but the police officer can, who thankfully was there already on scene. And I know that's one story, but I have lots. I looked today, I've worked 200 shifts this year, so that's a lot of people we're interacting with, and so my opinions come from that and not from just one personal experience. I also am a person of color. My father was not born here. I'm also a parent of teenagers with complex needs. And so that informs my considerations of what is best. And I think it's best practice that we include social workers. I'll be quick. Sorry, my second one is that I hold this conviction that MHP shouldn't go alone because I believe it threatens the physical safety of the person in crisis as well as bystanders. Like you were mentioning, I think I've been on numerous calls where we show up and the person in crisis, because we're talking about mental emotional, there's a wide spectrum. It could be someone having a panic attack, or it could be someone having a manic episode, or someone having a manic episode based off of substances, which is psychotic episode based off substances, which is a whole different ballgame. And so we've had instances where this person triggers their neighbors, who are just fed up, rightfully so, with what they're experiencing. And I've been in a situation where that neighbor then tried to attack my client while I was trying to work with them and de-escalate them and get them to safety. And without a police officer there, who also got attacked by this person. The person did not, we had to call for backup, but there's situations like that that occur as well, where it's just not safe for anybody. Or if that person, starts running in the middle of the road, happens all the time, I can't detain that person. Same with suicidality in the state of Washington. We're bound by laws where in order to get someone the mental health assistance that they need, they can't access that without a police officer if they cannot make that decision for themselves. And there are times where people cannot make that decision for themselves, whether it's because they are actively suicidal or they're having some sort of mental health episode. And so for that reason, unfortunately in the state of Washington, we need officers. I cannot take someone to the hospital to get that. I can help. The beauty of that partnership is that we help convince them so it's a less traumatic experience, and a less, maybe it's a pleasant experience even. But I see that as our role in that moment. And the last one that I noted is that it does jeopardize the physical safety of the mental health professional. I would like to say that my disagreement with this proposed model is not predominantly rooted in fear of personal safety, but it is, I think, wisdom, that there are things that we just don't know. And we are, we're relying on community members who are witnessing a crisis, or relying on the person themselves who's experiencing the crisis to communicate to the dispatcher effectively and adequately information about what's going on. And what we know is that when people are in a heightened, escalated state, that might not always be possible. We're asking them to do that without bias. We're asking them to do that with a clinical assessment. And I just don't believe we can ask the community to do that for us. It's not fair to them. It's not fair to the person in crisis. It's not fair to the person witnessing the crisis, to be the ones who kind of decide what that looks like. So for those reasons, and lots of others that I could talk about this for a while, I just do not think it is best practice for us to send us into calls initially by ourselves. So what I mean by initially is 911 calls. We do follow up to in case management, which is completely separate, but I do not think that that is best practice, nor ethical, nor safe for us or the responders or the clients.
Thank you for your thoughtful answer. Very much appreciate it, and appreciate the work that all of you do. I'm wondering if I could get an answer to the ability to, or the, if it would be recommended to have the team come in a separate unmarked car, and if the police officer, if it would be recommended that they not wear a uniform on the team. And it may or may not be you answering this, it may be the police answering this, so I'll let you decide.
So as we saw with CCAT, the ability for us to not be in uniform was a positive.
Okay.
And that's something that, as we move forward, that is something, especially in these circumstances, where we understand that this uniform can mean a lot of things to many different people, that we want to make sure we create that, we have all the powers and abilities of a law enforcement officer, but that visible piece may not be there. That may be that wall that keeps us from engaging. So that's absolutely something we would look at not wearing in those circumstances and make sure that we're dressed in a different way rather than a traditional police uniform. I think on the other points, Mariah's words are very strong about that partnership, and that the partnership is what makes it work. And we stand by the fire department to work with them in this process to make sure that we're together as a team to respond to those calls as one unit together, to make sure that partnership exists beyond just the, hey, we're showing up together, but rather the two of us are partners in that car working together as one. Chief, do you have anything else to add on that, sir?
Chief Shirley, there you go.
Thank you, Andrew. I thought you were speaking to Chief Hagan.
Oh.
And in regards to the unmarked cars, yes, the cars in the pilot were unmarked, and that would be the same if the program went forward. Now I'll hand it over to Chief Hagan.
You don't have to speak if you don't want to.
You're okay.
This has been really informative. You've answered my questions. Thank you. So did you want to say something else? Yeah.
I do think, just like Major Poptalk was saying, there is value in that time is very valuable en route to a call, in kind of game planning with the very little information that we do have. And then also after the call, or maybe we're transporting somewhere, it is really valuable for us to be in the same place. I even know often sometimes we'll get separated, my partner and I, like when we're working because of just the nature of the situation, like we'll have to ride in the aid car with somebody. And that is a little detrimental, trying to like communicate over text and trying to kind of figure out what our next steps are. It is valuable to be in the same place with them. It also builds a relationship that is important to trust and getting people the best care and best outcomes.
Okay, great. I see Councilmember Lee's hand is up, and then Councilmember Robertson, you want to speak, so I'll let Councilmember Lee and then Councilmember Zahn. So let Councilmember Lee go first.
Thank you. This is a very complex subject, and I think that what the mayor really has capitalized the essence of what we're looking at. It's very difficult, but it's a very important topic. And it needs, I believe, it needs a lot more discussion and consideration by the council. We are discussing the CCAT as a program, but to me, I think that's just the first step.
Hey, Councilmember Lee, can I clarify? We are discussing an amendment to the CCAT
Yes,
program.
I understand. I'm
Okay.
just saying, I cannot support the amendment, even though I very much appreciate what Councilmember Barksdale's concern that he brought up. Because I believe CCAP is not the complete answer to what we are really looking for. The program we're looking for is really, I suggest, is what we would consider traditionally as community policing, which actually includes how we handle a situation that's very complicated. It's not enforcement only. It's not just treating people's mental condition because we don't know what they are. If the situation different changes, we need to assess the situation right on the spot or as much as we can. So the people assigned to this situation has to be able to determine and decide and be the right people to make the right choices and decisions. Again, without escalating, but actually minimizing the initial conflict. I think this is, to me, CCAT is the first step. We really have too much discussion on this because we believe it's a good thing, definitely. It's something we can complement. It's actually a law enforcement proposition. Maybe this way it is. So I think that's why the mayor is asking to talk to more people, listen to more reactions, responses. How can we address this? I appreciate the response that we heard from the speaker. I apologize. The sound volume is not very well transmitted to me. You have to speak right to the microphone before I hear very clearly everything. So I'm missing some of it. I hear some of it. But the gist is that I appreciate the information we get. And we can get other information as well if we really get into it. We're just listening to one piece of it, one person, one perspective. So I believe that when we confront this kind of situation, it's life and death situation. And traditionally, the police officers are the ones that are sent out to handle this. But we believe that rightfully, it has to have more capability and more ability of personnel that can handle the situation that we now face, that we think is important. So we need to have all the tools and all the abilities to handle those situations. You just put one person out there, well, maybe if we have somebody who has all the experience possible, that would be ideal. They can see the situation and assess it and handle it, right? But we don't have it right now because our police officers are trained differently and our mental health professionals are trained differently. and they
Councilmember
have
Lee,
different
can I ask you
experiences.
to wrap up, please?
Well, so I'm trying to say is we need to provide a real conversation on community policing. So in order to really address this situation, this question adequately. Otherwise, we're just piecemeal doing things that, it's in a way not very productive. So I believe that we need to figure out how to do this, either to continue with the CCAP program now as a piece of the in step to come to the complete solution of community policing.
Okay.
Or we just say, we're not going to do it, forget about it, or we're
Okay,
just going to
thank you, Councilmember Lee.
catch up. So
So we're only
Okay.
discussing Councilmember Barksdale's amendment, and I heard you say in the beginning that you did not support the
I need
amendment.
to hear more complete discussion from each council member, each answer we get from the individuals.
Okay, well,
and
let's
so
give
that
them a
we can make
chance.
Decision, which is
How about
the
you,
right thing to do.
Councilmember Robertson?
Okay,
Just waiting to make sure that it's my turn. Thank you, Mayor. I do not support the motion. I have really appreciated hearing from people who are on the front lines. Mayor, your experience, Mariah. We also got emails from the case and program manager for CFH and the director of mental health for CFH. And all of the folks who are experienced in this field have said, you must have a law enforcement presence with it for the safety of the person in crisis, for the safety of the people who are trying to help, and for the safety of bystanders. I think that we piloted CCAT. It's worked very well. We are going to fund that in this budget. And I know, knowing Bellevue, knowing our penchant for following best practices, CCAT may grow and change and evolve and become even more effective. I don't think, though, spending $1.5 million to pilot something that we know will put our people at risk and put the people in crisis at risk is the right move. So, as I said before in the last debated motion, safety is number one. That goes for here, and that's safety of our people, too. We can't send people into danger with no ability to protect themselves and others. Thank you.
Councilmember Zahn.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the conversation that we're having to better understand, because ultimately, I think just like the previous conversation, we want safety for all, and that's really important. So I do have a couple of questions. I want to make sure I'm clear about what I'm hearing, because we get dispatched from NORCOM 911, is that right? So are all the calls that we go out and get deployed to from the NORCOM 911? And so am I hearing that based on the risk of the calls and the uncertainty about what you might encounter when you arrive, that the likelihood of NORCOM 911 actually dispatching a community responder unit without police? I think what I'm hearing you say is that this resource wouldn't get used because we wouldn't be deploying a community responder only, or am I reading that incorrectly?
Good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Newenhouse, council members. Thank you, Councilmember Zahn, for that. Could you just put a finer point on your second question? I understand the first one.
Well,
What-
so my understanding is that we have NORCOM 911, right? Someone calls 911, and the dispatcher triages to decide whether it's a fire call, it's a police call, it's a CCAT call. And I believe potentially Councilmember Barksdale is asking us for not a replacement of those, but another tool in the toolbox. What I hear you saying, though, is that based on your interaction on the calls we have been going on, that we wouldn't actually deploy a community responder-only model? Or am I just reaching and that's not what you're saying?
I think what she said, and you can clarify this, is that in your follow-up calls, you would do at times a mental health response only, but not in the initial call. Is that correct?
Let me, so I think there's two different things being asked. I also want to say thank you for taking the time to hear what we have to say. I do appreciate it a lot. I do think it's important. When we are, the way we currently respond as Bellevue Fire Cares is that a call comes into 911 and police or fire are dispatched to it depending on the call type. And then police or fire are the ones who determine whether or not we come along with them. And then we are dispatched by NORCOM on that call. What I was saying is that in the proposed pilot program where you have 2 community responders, I think my understanding of the hope of that program is that when a mental emotional call comes in or a welfare check comes in, calls like that, that then the community responder pair would be dispatched to those calls. And what I'm saying is that to rely on a phone call from a person in crisis or a person witnessing the crisis, that is very dangerous to rely on that information. The dispatcher has to make that decision based on the information they're getting from that other person on the phone of who they send. Do they send 2 social workers by themselves, or do they send a social worker and a firefighter? An analogy that I used in my letter to the chief today, because we're in the fire department, is that, when an automatic fire alarm comes in as a call type, they send a lot of apparatuses, whether or not they know what's going on there. And that's where they start. They start kind of with a bigger picture to allow themselves the flexibility to downgrade, to change. But we don't know what we're going into when we get mental emotional calls. And I'm not trying to stereotype that they are violent or that they are, it's not even about the violence necessarily. It's about what interventions does this person need to get the safety and the treatment that they need. If you're calling 911 for a mental emotional call, it's gotten to a pretty bad place for that person. So I don't know if I answered your question or clarified for you that, but it's not that we're saying that it's just we don't know what we'd be sending them to. There's plenty of people who call 911 and say 5 words, and then we get dispatched to them with a police officer because you have to respond, but we don't know what that call is. Even our people that we see pretty frequently, the situations change. We don't know who's in that house. We don't know who's around. We don't know what's going on that day. It changes in a moment. And I think that's the biggest risk, especially if a call comes in and seems pretty casual but turns into something that it's not. You can't wait for a 7-minute response time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Stokes or Deputy Mayor, do you have any comments or questions?
Councilmember Stokes wants to go first, and I'll go.
Okay. I'm just, I don't know how we got to this place. It sounds like we should have, in about a week, figured this out and put it in place. If we listen to a few people who have their own experiences. And it's a complex issue, and I appreciate, and you have different experiences, and that's the interesting thing about it, and it may be absolutely right. I don't remember having the opportunity, based on my own experiences on something, to be able to say, well, this is the way we should do it because this is what I did or anything. it's hard to have these conversations because people are very passionate about what they're doing, and they're doing work. And we also had why did we even, in effect, I'm thinking, why did we even have the pilot? Because we could have gotten the same comments right here and said, okay, this will work. But we did it because we want to make sure. And I guess the concern is that this is not the model that everybody uses. In fact, there are a lot of different models. And there are people who believe that there are situations where you don't have to have a police presence, and you don't have to have, that not everything is as from the way you see it, it's based on your experience. So it's a little bit frustrating, confusing if we're going to do something that's very, very important and has people's lives in all sorts of ways. The lives can be destroyed because they have responders who come in and you don't mesh and something happens. It's difficult. And sometimes it's because of the person, what they do. But I guess what I'm looking at is we have already kind of decided that, and the chief the police chief said it pretty clearly, this whole process is something in motion. We don't have the answer. And I'm hearing tonight there is an answer and we already have it. And I understand that, and I stand the belief on that, and maybe what we do in the long run. But it's just difficult making a decision that affects so many people for a long time, knowing that there are thousands of people outside of us making a different decision based on their own information, and we're a little hesitant to try to see why that's there and whether we can make some modifications. The chief made it clear that he understands, and I think that you look at it, we don't lock something in now and say that's how we're going to be doing this in 15 years or even 5. So all I think that Councilmember Barksdale is asking for, and I don't think we need to spend the money because if we did what we did on the pilot, we could do it in a few weeks, and we could do it without a lot of expenditure of money because there's a lot of information out there. I mean, I was a little surprised that the response was, well, it's going to take a year and it's going to cost millions of dollars. When we made a decision to go with CCAT on probably, about a quarter or less of that. So I'm not getting a sense of that we have an open mind at this point in going forward, but that we've made our decision, and all this conversation and thinking about some other way to do it is kind of not going to happen. And I think that would be unfortunate. So and I don't think what Councilmember Barksdale is saying is anything that necessarily challenges what we feel or what you individually feel or people who have been doing this in their own experience. And lived experience is very important. But there's also other kinds. If it was only lived experience, it wouldn't even be going to school. So I guess what I'm concerned about is that, and I would like some more explanation of what would happen what would change if Councilmember Barksdale's amendment didn't go through, or what would it be the difference if it went through? What would we actually end up doing? Would it be better for the long-range project to do some more work at this stage before we lock it all in? Or do we just say, okay, we've got it. This is the golden thing. Let's go with it and don't worry about the rest of it. And I'm concerned that and it's hard to make a decision about it because it's people involved in it, and it's very important, and everybody's very passionate about it. So I think that's doing some more work as we go along, and in fact, I think we're going to do it. And I want to know why hundreds of other cities are doing something differently. And there are people who are doing the approach that you're suggesting won't work, and for good reasons and your own experience. So I just think we don't need to lose the opportunity to make sure two things. One, to make sure that what we're settling on really is the best thing, because if you go back and look at what was happening, it was a good work on it, but it didn't take a lot of time, and the input was pretty much on people who already had their own opinion on it. And so we might miss the opportunity to really make this thing work, which would be an addition to an expansion of what you're talking about, an integration of what you're talking about. So that's why I think I don't think we take that much money or time, but if we leave it open so we can keep getting better on this, then I think that's a win-win all the way around. So it's a hard decision. I think that, I would support a modification of Councilmember's proposal that would allow us to continue to work on this and figure out in the long run what is the best model to go on, and even then we're going to be making additions as we go along, because that's the way we got to this place, because we're doing something people weren't doing a long time ago.
So just to clarify,
That's all.
Councilmember Barksdale's amendment is to do the CCAT, go forward with it, but to allocate an additional 1.1 million to do a behavioral health response only pilot program.
And that's what I'm saying. I think we should do that. I don't think it's going to cost that much. I don't think it's going to take that much effort, but I think it would be valuable to make sure that we're not missing anything. We can't go back 5 years from now and say, wish we could do that over. And that's what I'm
So I hear
saying.
another question in here that maybe you can answer, which is, how is this CCAP program, as it's proposed today, going to evolve throughout the year?
Right.
Sure, I can handle that. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Councilmember Stokes. I think a good place to kind of get grounded and pick up where we left last week was that CCAT as proposed is a good place to start. We've clearly talked about and established that the need in the community is very real and that we have to get started on something pretty quick. And that we, Chief Shirley and I have made, articulated a commitment to learn from our experience and grow. And one of the things, I don't know if you ever get that feeling after the meeting of, man, I really should have said that last time, but one of the things I wanted to share is that with the 10 years of experience we have with our CARES program, we already have a more robust community response than at least as much as anybody else in our region. CARES engages in thousands of follow-up visits each year with no police present and has been for 10 years. 64% of CARES' first contacts with clients are made without police present. And a lot of our discussion tonight has been centered around initial and unknown contacts, i.e. 911 calls.
Excuse me, let me stop you for 1 second. Apparently, Councilmember Lee can't hear us, so we need to speak right
up.
into the microphones. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Councilmember Lee, can you hear now?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, could you restate one more time, Mayor, what you were hoping to hear?
Okay, so starting with the CCAP program as it's proposed today, how do you anticipate it will evolve and respond to changing needs of the community?
Right, thank you. Well, first off, we've also heard your direction that we want to be working on regional metrics so we can make apples to apples comparisons across jurisdictions, that we want to be part of and contributing to the body of knowledge in this field as it moves forward. And I've had a chance to meet with other program leads in our county individually, and just today as part of the King County Fire Chiefs Zone 1 Consortium on mobile integrated healthcare and what we can do to support each other and move this forward together. I think as an aspirational goal, everybody wants to have a trend towards community response from co-response. I mean, there's that genuine interest and the commitment to move in that direction. But also, as we've talked about today, responder safety is a key part of public safety. And so in that spirit, moving ahead, evolving, learning from our experience, being able to collect data on a regional basis, upstairs with our partners at NORCOM and individually as different jurisdictions, that we would move ahead and grow and evolve in that fashion. And as Councilmember Stokes and I talked about earlier this week, we're not locked down on this is how it's going to be. As a matter of fact, I think we agree that in any new program, we learn stuff right out of the gate and we have to adjust on the fly. But one of the reasons that you see the redcoats here with me tonight is that they're here for two primary reasons. Number one, they care very deeply about the level and quality of service we provide in our community. They're off the clock, they're here of their own free will, and also they have a stake in responder safety. And they've articulated that to me in writing, and then we got to hear it in person again. But I think that spirit of growth and development and openness, based on the fact that we have a decent place to start now, and we have to get started because our community needs the help, is the direction we'd like to head.
Thank you for answering the questions. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Seattle Times, November 8th, 2005. Marty Smith knocked on Larry Clark's door in Paulsbo. Smith's job, a crisis responder for the state mental health system. He knew his job was inherently dangerous, but Smith had done the work for years, and according to Paulsbo Police, Clark was familiar with the local mental health agency. Smith had been summoned by Clark's mother, who told neighbors that her son had schizophrenia and was not taking his medications. Instead of consenting to hospitalization, Clark attacked Smith with his fist and then a carving knife, according to charging papers, as Clark's mother screamed for help outside. And there are many more examples of that, not only in Washington State, but throughout the country as well. And I so appreciate the mayor's lived experience in her profession, the amazing work that our Bellevue Cares program, and Maria, your testimony about, that 911 calls are very tricky because of the information that you have, or better yet, you don't have. And in the multiple conversations I've had with police, with firefighters, et cetera, you don't know until you get there. You really don't. You hope that the information is accurate. You hope that the description and the situation is accurate, but too often it is not. And especially when dealing with these mental health crises, you don't know when a situation is going to become violent. You don't know what that trigger might be. In the story that I just read to you right now from the Seattle Times, was he didn't want to go to the hospital. Period. He wanted to stay in his house. So I think, yes, it's complex, but on the other hand, this is not complex. It's not. You need that security. You need an officer with you to ensure that everybody remains safe. I think if a relationship is built up after some time, I think that changes. But during those 911 calls, I think we are just asking for trouble. And again, there are multiple other cases out there like that. The CCAT program, which we all gushed over not too long ago, but now maybe we want to change it. Now, the CCAP program is a fantastic one, but it's the vehicle that we use. Of course, it'll change. I think of it as a kind of a living, breathing, program that will adapt, that will change. And perhaps some of the things being discussed here tonight will be looked at and implemented if needed. But in strictly on the case of just sending community responders to these types of situations, I just think it's inherently dangerous. I just could not support it, because from my perspective, it's only a matter of time before we have a situation like Marty Clark. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Zahn.
Yes, thank you. I really appreciate hearing and better understanding in an area that I'm not as familiar with. I wanted to make sure that we are clear about what the ask is, because there seems to be some discussion about this as a replacement. This is an additive program, correct? And not a subtractive, or somehow that this is displacing CCAT. And then I wanted to understand, when you talked about that the first touch is the CCAT, but that in subsequent calls that you, depending on how comfortable you feel with that particular individual, yet the follow-on calls might be only with the CARES program, is that right?
So as our program is now, we initially respond to a call with fire and police, and then that, we call it a referral for the sake of this. That referral goes to our case management side. And then that person is case managed for as long as they'd like or till they fire us. The current CCAT model is that when it is fully in place, that there would be that pass over to the case management side. What we're talking about right now is the initial response to a 911 call. And I think that's the data that Chief Hagan was speaking about, was that we do lots of follow-up without police. And I think that that's also what informs our feelings about this, because we have learned, you know, after going somewhere for weeks, that the situation has changed, and there was, you know, someone wanted out of Seattle for $500,000 in the house for the 2 months that we were sitting there with our client, and then it escalated to, you know, a pretty serious situation. So there's things like that that happen, but we do go out and do these visits without police. We always have access to them, but it's not immediate. Like we're talking about these kind of crises. I do also want to say that we are also not just responding to mental health calls. It's a wide variety of people that we're working with. And so whether that's domestic violence, whether that's a welfare check, whether that's someone who's unhoused, and all those situations too, sometimes that is a necessary component to have an officer there.
And if you get a follow-on 911 call to the same household, then you have more intel about their particular situation that would then result in a co-response or a single response, or?
That would result in a co-response. I think for the sake of kind of where we are, I could tell you story after story after story of why I believe this to be true. That this is just at the time not what we can start. We can't start with sending 2 social workers without a police officer. And I'm a firm believer that things evolve and change, and I think that's the beauty of the social work profession is, you know, I have police and fire sitting next to me who are there's lots of standards of procedure and rules and this, and this, but within the social work profession, I think people make fun of us for being so out of the box. I think that allows for us to evolve with the times and be understanding of what may need to happen. But at this time, responding to 911 calls, things change with our clients. They do, and I've seen that time and time again. And so to get a call the next day, even to assume that it is the same, I think is an unwise assumption on our part.
Okay, so this is one where, because Kirkland is starting their RACER program, that would be an opportunity for us to learn about how their community crisis response is going, because I understand they just started that. And the reason I'm asking is because they're using the same NORCOM 911 that we are. And so I'm just trying to understand the context of our neighboring city and how they're standing up this type of program and managing the risk associated with that, so.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember Zahn. I had a chance to have lunch with the Kirkland leadership earlier, actually late last week. Unlike CARES, Radar currently always responds with police. With a uniformed patrol officer, they arrive together, even for follow-up visits. The average number of contacts with a client by RACER is 2, where by comparison, we spend 1 hour per week per client for an average of 100 days on a case, because we have a very robust case management side, as Mariah was just explaining. Radar or RACER responds with any patrol officer. They are not paired with an officer, which is a major distinction with the CCAP program, because we have hand-selected, specially trained officers that have a heart for this service, that get it, that understand and want to invest. And that's a big difference. And then one other relevant point about that is that 5 cities have just signed an ILA into the Radar Cooperative, and they would more than likely be unable, just because of our size, to take us on anytime soon. but we're committed to continue to meet with them, keep pace on their progress, and share lessons learned.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll also say typecasting social workers, they have very good handwriting in the medical world. They always write the best. You have one more comment you want to say, Councilmember Barksdale?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll wrap it up because I know we have other agenda items.
Yes, we do.
Excuse me. First, I just want to say thank you for sharing your experience as a Fire Cares staff member, and to all of our Fire Cares team for the work that you do in our community. And also, Mayor, for sharing your experience as well.
Thank you.
And for the discussion. We received an email from Ann Larson, who does work with many cities on community responder programs. And I'll just say, I know where this is headed, but I'll just say, I really do hope that we evolve to at least explore community responder program, because, my understanding is that Kirkland is also radar or RACER, historically has been a co-response program, but they're exploring and experimenting with a community responder program. So, I see the other cities, even in the state of Washington, doing it. And so I'll just wrap up by saying, I'm going to continue to support this because I really want to encourage us to move in that direction. The thought behind this too was to hire staff who have done this work, responding to crisis response, so that they have a little bit more of a experience with it, and so forth. So, and I think that's an important component. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay, so the motion before us is to continue with the CCAP program as proposed in the budget, and to allocate $1.1 million for a behavioral health response only pilot program. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. No.
No.
Okay, that does not pass, so, but the CCAT as proposed in the budget moves forward. Okay, the last section that we have is the ESI, and I don't know if anybody has any comments or amendments. Go ahead, council members. Pardon, John? Okay, go ahead, council member Zahn.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so I believe that I just have some comments because I want to make sure that I'm clear about what is actually in the budget. We heard from the community to make sure that in addition to the municipal goals that we're trying to reach, that we are spending the dollars to also work on the community's aspect around reducing greenhouse gas emissions. And in our packet, we talk about, sorry, I'm going there, the second paragraph of the area under environmental stewardship. The last sentence says, adding staff to the program to carry out the community actions will take some time to gear up. Can you help understand how many more staff is in this budget that we're adding to? I believe we've had mainly two with Jennifer and Anna up to this point.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Zahn. Excuse me. The number of staff that we'd be adding with the additional budget would be 4 to 5. Working on multiple programs that we have. The $500,000 that we are proposed in the budget, the additional annual addition, would be in the operating budget, and that's what we would use for the additional staffing as well as for beefing up some of those programs.
And what's the timing for when they would be fully onboarded?
We would be working to get that done as quickly as possible. As you know, the market right now is very difficult when it comes to hiring for a lot of these positions, so we would be doing an extensive recruitment program to try to get as many of them on board as we could within the first quarter, second quarter. We'd hope to get up to full staffing by mid-year.
Okay.
That would be an ambitious goal, but that would be our goal.
And then we had in our budget 2 years ago some enhanced community outreach. And is that committee or group going to continue to convene so that as we add the 4 to 5 additional staff, that the community is going to help us? We're going to have that interaction for how best to deploy and work directly with the community to reduce our greenhouse gas? Is that group still meeting?
Candidly, I'm not familiar with that group, but I would assume that we would continue that. If it's not continuing, we will get that going again because that's a very valuable resource to us.
Yeah, that's good. I was looking at the deputy mayor because it was his proposal 2 years ago to stand that up. And so, okay. Well, I would like to recommend to my fellow council members that we are, well, first of all, I'm really glad to see the increase. And I would like us to reassess at the mid-buy to see, you know, how we're doing and what other actions we might take. And that when we are voting on our state and federal legislative priorities, that we look at advocating for increased funding for some of the ESI work.
Can we do head nods on that? I think that's not anything that needs an amendment. Okay.
Thank you.
That sounds good. All right. I know that 2 of our council members have special questions that I will remind them of, but other council members may have questions as well. So I know Councilmember Robertson had a question about the parks levy. And Councilmember Zahn, you wanted to talk about the WIMBY program. Okay.
Okay. When I believe it was answered, I just asked if it passed, will it be in this budget? And thank you, good people of Bellevue, it appears to be passing. Really appreciate the trust. But that, and the answer in the packet is that it'll come back for a adjustment next year, which I'm satisfied with. Thank you.
Okay, great. Councilmember Zahn.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to make sure that we were clear about the additional investments that are in our budget. So what we heard at one of the last briefings was that we were adding an additional FTE that was going to support both the workforce development apprenticeship as well as supplier diversity, increasing participation from women and minority business to city contracts. And the packet wasn't quite as clear about how the resources would be deployed. And I was concerned that, especially as the DOT grants are going to be asking for how cities are doing workforce development, that we don't spread a resource so thin that we actually are not able to have excellent programs in both areas. So my question was, it looks like in the budget, we talk about adding a 1/4 position for the WIMBY support. The other 3/4 would be for apprenticeship. But what else is in our existing budget to make sure that the program of supplier diversity is expanded and includes outreach and data collection so we can better understand what we're doing and potentially do even more with our community?
Sure, Councilmember Zahn, thank you for the question, happy to take it. Yes, the base budget or the budget within finance and asset management does have resources to continue to implement and expand the WIMBY program, which is the Minority Women-Owned Disadvantaged Business Program to create diversity in contracting. We have done some shifting of resources in finance and asset management, or FAM, where we are looking at putting in additional resources to understanding data around subcontracting data, which we currently do not collect, and so we'll be able to get that data as well as outreach data. So we are putting in more within our base budget. We've reallocated and shifted resources to ensure those programs are done well.
Okay, that's excellent. I'm so excited that we're going to be able to have this resource and move us forward even faster. We've got a lot of money in our budgets and lots of contracts, so thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? All right. We're only an hour late on the budget. Oh, Councilmember Lee, I'm so sorry. Please.
I support what the Councilmember Zahn was talking about. I think it's important to recognize, how do we help support our WMBE contractors. One thing just a question, Councilmember Zhang was talking about some federal grant. What federal grant are you talking about?
May I respond?
Well, no, I mean.
I can talk with you
Yeah, let's
offline.
talk offline. We're sticking to the budget and to any amendments on the budget.
Well, that depends on, if I can just ask the question so I can vote. If I don't understand what I'm voting on, if there's a whole bunch of money for this already, why would I want to spend
But
the
we're
money?
directing staff to come back.
Please, thank you.
I'm going to ask you to take that conversation offline, Councilmember Lee. Thank you. Okay, so is there a motion to
Yes,
direct
Mayor.
staff?
I move to direct staff to return on November 21st with the appropriate legislation, including any adjustments to the preliminary budget.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I
Councilmember,
vote yes on condition to understand what that grant money is.
I'm sure you'll get the answer.
Well,
Okay.
I hope so. I hope it doesn't change my vote.
Okay, so
If I don't like it, I
do
can
we have a
change my
chance to
vote.
take a break here, or should we just plow on into the affordable housing? Council, what's your, what would you like to take a 5-minute break, or shall we continue on? Okay, 5-minute break. Please come back in 5 minutes. Can I invite the council to the dais? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So, is Councilmember Lee was still with us? I'm not seeing him. There he is. Okay. So I need somebody to make a motion, please, because I'm going to switch the agenda up. First of all, we're going to move our Planning Commission recommendations up ahead of the Affordable Housing Tools update. But before that, I would like to put the public comment right now so that the people who are so patiently waiting to speak can speak and then go home. So do I have a motion to do that?
I move to have a second oral communication session before the Affordable Housing Tools update.
Second.
Well, it would be before the Planning Commission recommendations, and we would move the Planning Commission recommendations to before the Affordable Housing Tools update.
So where do you want to put it?
Next agenda item?
Well, let's say as the next agenda.
Well, but you also have to move this. Oh, how come you have it that way in your notes? Oh, wait, no,
Notes
here it
provided
is.
by staff.
No, this is it. So this is going to go ahead of this, and then public comment's going to be now.
Right.
That's it. I got confused.
Okay. So you're saying my motion's still not relevant?
So your motion is to move this ahead of this?
Okay.
And put this first.
Okay, then I move to put the Planning Commission recommendations for the annual comprehensive plan ahead of the Affordable Housing Tools update, and to do another second oral communication session now.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Yes.
Are we gonna take, I know there's been someone that was waiting online also to talk about the planning commission recommendation. Are we gonna take people online or just people in chambers?
We can do both.
Okay, great.
Yep. So City Clerk, could you run the second public comment session?
Yeah, picking up where we left off, the next speaker on the list would be Mariah Frost. And Ms. Frost was going to join us virtually. I believe she is still here. Ooh. Sorry. If you could stop using the raise hand function, I'll find you. It's just it bounces you around when you up and down. Okay, now, Ms. Frost, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Your time begins now.
Good evening, Mayor Robinson and council members. My name is Maria Frost. I'm the Director of Transportation at Kemper Development Company. I appreciate the opportunity to share some of our thoughts on the curb management policies before you this evening. First and foremost, I want to express sincere gratitude for the city's efforts over the last several months to listen and respond to the feedback that they've received from us and other voices in the community. This is evident in the recommendation tonight from staff in attachment B that curb policies be rightly modified to be more exploratory than directive with the addition of the word consider.
We encourage council to accept the city staff's changes. Policy statements being more exploratory is both appropriate and wise, given that the city is still collecting curb activity data that they need to inform whether these ideas are necessary to begin with. We really appreciate the city's recognition that acquiring and analyzing that data is critical to the development of the curb management plan. Data is important for periodic curb management plan updates, but even more important at the very beginning in laying a clear, accurate, and defensible foundation for why certain policies should or should not be pursued for Bellevue. Taking the time to get this right and to follow evidence and logic from the onset can save a lot of time and frustration in the future. I want to offer a few constructive comments on policies 2, 6, and 7. As the city considers implementing curb pricing in policy 2, we encourage no further action toward implementation until curb activity data is acquired, analyzed, and shared with the public to determine what the problem is that we're trying to solve and whether the pricing is the appropriate solution. Policy 6 and 7, which would allow for vendor and food truck activities, as well as on-street dining, parklets, and other placemaking activities, specifically in transportation right-of-way locations, should be reconsidered. At a time when tens of thousands of people are forecast to be moving to and working in downtown Bellevue, having that street grid as unencumbered as possible to facilitate the free flow of traffic should be a first priority. Lastly, I want to flag that as the city continues to work on the CMP, we have yet to see discussions or planning related to the vast amount of infrastructure on private property that serves loading, drop-off, and parking needs. Bellevue Collection and many other properties have infrastructure in place that reduces the need to depend on the curb and public right-of-way and should be considered in the CMP. We hope the city can partner with major property owners who have this infrastructure in place and are looking at on-site uses similar to those you wish to accommodate in the CMP. This really is a good opportunity for the public and private sectors to work together to achieve a positive outcome for the entire Bellevue community, and we look forward to engaging with you in that way. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kathy Relier. And she indicated she'd be here in person. She may have left. Skip on to the next speaker, Linda Kay. Linda, if you're online, if you could use the raise hand function to identify yourself. Okay, next speaker, Stephen Pestana. Appears he has also left. Joe Eschba. Okay. Mr. Eschba, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
Thank you. I'm here to express my concern and interest to protect the tree canopy in Bellevue. As a resident of Bellevue since 1964 and a homeowner here for the past 31 years, trees mean a lot to me. They bring life, they mitigate climate issues, and I believe they improve mental health. I'm blessed to live on a half-acre lot in this beautiful city in a forest surrounded on two sides by a green belt. It truly makes me happy. But there are many reasons why people remove trees, and many of us men are predisposed to, kind of a slash and burn mentality when doing yard work. Also, I hear a lot of anxiety from other homeowners about trees blocking views or dropping God forbidden leaves when they have to rake, that they have to rake, or that trees might fall in a windstorm and hit their house, or trees blocking light. Much of this is overreaction, of course, but it's real, and it all results in more tree loss than it should. So I think we need common sense tree codes that protect the tree canopy. I've heard that there are codes that prohibit cutting down trees of a certain size, or if it's within a certain number of feet of a certain size slope. I don't know if that's true, but I can't tell you what those rules are because there are all these complicated data points, and I don't think that tree removal companies are even in the know if these codes exist. But they should, of course, as slopes need trees to soak up groundwater and prevent erosion and slides, and big trees provide support and benefit for animals of all sizes, including us humans. So my point today is simply just to ask you to please consider enforceable codes that strengthen the laws to protect our tree canopy so that large trees aren't unnecessarily removed, not just by homeowners, but by tree removal companies, utility companies, and governmental contractors, or governmental contracts. I think having codes that tree removal companies must comply with could really make a significant impact. We need common sense codes before we lose more of these precious resources that make Bellevue so great. Thank you for considering, and thank you all for your great service to this wonderful city.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list is Alex Zimmerman.
The Heil, my super smart consul, a pure Democrat, a pure Nazi, a pure fascist who control everybody in King Country in Seattle, epicenter of fascism. My name Alex Zimmerman, I'm president of Stand Up America. I want to speak right now about something what is, I think, critical important right now. First, number one, I'm very happy, so tomorrow my President Trump will announce election 24, you know what it means. And I will doing this right now too. So I right now announcing, so I'm Alex Zimmerman, will be candidate for Bellevue Council, you know what it means, 23. Why are doing this? For one particular reason, because for 35 years I hear to you and try to understand what you're doing here, huh? You look like philosopher, you know what it means? Are you a business? You for people? I don't think so. But you for people, 5 years ago you changed rule, 30 minutes and 10 people. Why? I remember this. For 30 years, you know what it means? You have nice. I like Bellevue, you know what it means? But for last 10 years, you change fundamentally. Idiot can elect only idiot. No another choice. I never see before something different. So you right now doing something what is for my position, and not only for my, absolutely idiotic. Are you here for who? For you or for people? People supposed to be first. When people supposed to be first, give everybody chance to speak. I spoke around from Seattle to Tacoma, from Tacoma to Everett, more than 3,000 times. From last May, I speak almost 5-6 times per week, every week, everywhere. I try to understand why you're doing here, huh? When you don't listen to people, who you are. Why this 150,000 idiot elect you when you don't want to listen to them? Give him 10, 30 minutes. It's idiotic situation. So I ask you, come back to normal Bellevue, what as I see 35 years ago. Normal, civilized city who have Republican and Democrat. It's not about Republican, Democrat. I'm not Republican, I'm not Democrat. But there's a right for different opinion. You don't have this right now. It's a pure fascism. You are sick about this because I's life go worse. It don't go better. So I speak right now to 250,000 idiots who live in the city. They're not idiot. They're smart, intellectual, and rich. Change this chamber. Go for election. And have a forum every 2 weeks so we can have, in talking about problem, what is we have. Stand up America for everybody. Stand up for Trump. Stand up for America. Thank you very much.
The next speaker on the list is Janice Hine.
Thankful. My name is Janice Hine, and I'm very thankful that I live in Bridle Trails neighborhood in beautiful Bellevue. I love this city, and as Mayor Robinson knows, I don't only consider it a city in a park, I think of it as a city of miracles. And I just wanted to say that I am very thankful not only for my city, but for my council. Thank you very much. You're all dedicated, and I'm so proud of you. What are you thankful for? I bet you're thankful that next week you're going to get some days off and be able to go with your family. And that's because it is going to be Thanksgiving next week. And it came to my attention that there really is no public acknowledgement. And I just wanted to, I Googled Thanksgiving Day, an annual national holiday in the United States celebrating the harvest and other blessings of the past year. Also, I looked up the actual statement from President Abraham Lincoln when he established Thanksgiving as a national holiday. That was October 3rd, 1853, during the Civil War. And I'm just going to have just a brief few sentences from that proclamation. The year that is drawing towards its close has been filled with blessings of fruitful fields and healthful skies. It has seemed fit to me and proper that we, or they, should be solemnly and reverently and gratefully acknowledged as one heart and one voice by the whole American people. And it came to my attention that next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, there is no acknowledgement. We're not one voice expressing how grateful we are for all the wonderful things. We're on the other side of COVID. We have many awards. So what I am suggesting is that you consider having some simple event, maybe a celebration, maybe a public announcement. I ask that you defer to Mayor Robinson. She could decide perhaps something simple, and I offer my help in any way possible, even with music or just having people there as she announces all the wonderful things that are happened this past year in Bellevue. And I just want to thank you, because I am thankful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There are 3 additional speakers on the original list: Naseem Ghazanfari, Ali Nasser Said, and Elizabeth Alexander, which I believe all of them have left, but if I am wrong about that, please raise your hand. And I don't see anyone online. That would be the end of our list.
Okay, thank you very much for putting that in. Well, I know that we have Vice Chair Bargava and Chair Stash here tonight. Thank you for your patience with us and for sticking that out with us. We're anxious to hear from you. We have a Planning Commission recommendation that meshed with our Transportation Commission as well. So City Manager, would you like to introduce this, please?
Sure, Mayor. So for the second topic on your study session are, as you mentioned, 2 Planning Commission recommendations for the 2022 Annual Comprehensive Plan in terms of amendments. And they both relate to, one is curb management and the other is affordable housing on faith-owned property. So joining us this evening is Emil King, our Planning Director, as well as Tar Johnson, Planning Manager, both from the Community Development Department, Chris Iverson from Transportation. And as you mentioned, we are pleased to have our 2 members from our commissions, from the Planning Commission, Vishal Barangava, who's the Vice Chair, as well as Karen Stash, Chair of our Transportation Commission. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Emil.
Thank you for the introduction, City Manager Miyake, and good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of council. Staff and representatives from the Planning Commission and Transportation Commission are here tonight to transmit the recommendations as part of the 2022 Annual Comprehensive Plan Amendment process. Bellevue's Comprehensive Plan is a foundational policy document for the city, and as you know, we have a very thoughtful, thorough process that we use to make amendments on an annual basis. We typically do transmit those to council in the November time period and look for adoption in the December time period. Tonight, we're seeking council direction on 2 city-initiated plan amendments. You've been hearing quite a bit about those in the public dialogue as well. And with council direction, we would bring these back for adoption in December. Before handing the presentation over to our commission officers and staff, I do want to thank the broader commissions, Transportation and Planning Commission, for their great work on this and the robust dialogue they had along the course of the year in forming these thoughtful recommendations for the city council. So with that, I'm going to hand things over to staff and the commission officers.
Good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Neuenhuis, and council members. This evening, just wanted to go over briefly what we're going to be covering as part of our presentation to you. And as Emil said, included, we have 2 city-initiated amendments, so we're going to go over each of those amendments separately and then pause for council questions and then discussion and then direction from city council. So first off, we're going to cover the comprehensive plan decision criteria, which both the Planning Commission use as their foundation for making the recommendation, as well as City Council. It's part of our code. Following that, we'll provide you with an overview on the curb management comprehensive plan amendments. As I said, we'll pause once we're through that process, and then have opportunity for council questions and discussion, as well as a formal recommendation or direction for us to come back at a future date. Following that, we'll move on to the second city-initiated amendment, which is the Affordable Housing Strategy, C1 Phase 2, and we'll be following a similar process there, pausing for council discussion, questions, and then direction. So with that, I'm not going to read through the entire slide, but just want to provide an overview. This is the decision criteria. And as you know, this comes before you every year through our annual amendment process. So I'm sure you're fairly familiar with it. Just want to highlight that this is the criteria that that the Planning Commission used in formulating their recommendation. So they look at compliance with the comp plan, Growth Management Act, King County policies, looks at other criteria like change conditions within the city, look at our comprehensive plan policies in general, look at conformance with other land use designations and zoning standards, and then, of course, compliance with public health, safety, and welfare. So our 2 amendments this year, both city-initiated. The first amendment is related to our transportation element, as well as the downtown sub-area plan, and that really relates to adding policies in support of curb management. The second city-initiated amendment is C1 Phase 2 under the Affordable Housing Strategy. Council provided direction for us to start work on Phase 2, and that's really looking at adding additional opportunity for affordable housing on certain types of eligible properties in single-family land use districts. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to transportation staff to kind of walk us through the curb management amendments.
Thank you, Tara. Good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Neuenhuis, and City Council. My name is Chris Iverson. I'm a senior engineer in the Transportation Department and project manager of the ongoing curb management plan effort. Tonight, I'm here to walk through the curb management CPA that is underway right now. Just as a quick recap of the process, back in February, the City Council motioned to initiate the comprehensive plan amendment process to develop policies in support of curb management, as well as direct development of a curb management plan itself. In the spring, over the course of 3 meetings in April, May, and June, Transportation Commission reviewed some policy recommendations and discussed and debated. On June 9th, they transmitted those recommendations to Planning Commission. And over the course of 1 meeting and 1 public hearing, Planning Commission reviewed and discussed policy recommendations as well. At the public hearing on September 14th, Planning Commission motioned to approve amended policies on a 4-to-1 vote, and those are the policies in front of you today for your review. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to the Chair of the Transportation Commission, Karen Stash.
Thank you, Chris.
So as Chris mentioned, we did have 3 meetings within the Transportation Commission discussing our recommendations for the curb management policy amendments. And with that, in our discussions, we talked about the framework for curb management as well as just general how to manage the curbs within the city. So we did look at the broader use of the curbs. We did take equity into account with these discussions, and we did talk about a way to how to build that appropriately into the comprehensive plan. So with that, we turned it over to the Planning Commission, as I will do so right now.
Thank you, Chair Stash, and good evening, Mayor Robinson and council members. My name is Vishal Bhargava. I'm the Vice Chair of the Planning Commission. On June 22nd, the Planning Commission received a transmittal from the Transportation Commission with the recommended curb management policy language. During the discussion, the Planning Commission reviewed and discussed the policies. All members of the Planning Commission expressed support and gratitude to the Transportation Commissions for this work and recommendations. However, some of the members of the Commission expressed confusion about some of the policies that referred directly to the curb management plan. The confusion stemmed from the fact that the curb management plan is still under development. On September 14th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing on the proposed curb management policies. Members of the public provided testimony during the public hearing and oral communications expressing both support and opposition to the policies. During the meeting, the Planning Commission motioned to approve by a vote of 4-1 that the City Council adopt the proposed comprehensive plan amendment in support of curb management. The motion included staff proposed policy changes to the Transportation Commission's recommendations that are advised in response to feedback from the public as well as previous Planning Commission discussions. The comprehensive plan amendment is consistent with the decision criteria in Land Use Code section 20.301.150. I'm going to hand it over to Chris for more details.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So the suite of policy language in support of curb management covers many different uses of the curb. There were proposals to modify, repeal, and add new policy language. This slide shows the language that is proposed to either be modified or repealed. And this slide shows the 8 new policies that were advised to be added into the comprehensive plan. Again, these policies provide a broad foundation in support of a more robust curb management approach, specifically to the City of Bellevue's urban core neighborhoods. During the Planning Commission public hearing in September, we heard a number of oral and written communication. We had 10 comments in writing and 12 folks that spoke at the public hearing, again, both in favor and in opposition of the proposed CPA. During the public hearing with the Planning Commission, we heard from a wide range of voices, including the Bellevue Downtown Association, the Bellevue Chamber of Commerce, as well as city residents, advocacy groups, and other voices that had vested interest in the ways that the curb space is broadly managed in Bellevue. Between the Planning Commission's public hearing and tonight's meeting, this project staff received continued input from the public in regards to policy language. In response to this feedback, staff proposes changes to 2 of the Planning Commission recommended policies. The justification for these changes really allows more flexibility within the comprehensive plan to ensure a more robust and comprehensive understanding of these subject material. So the 2 recommended changes are listed under new -2 and new -7. They are both minor changes, changing essentially the action word for the policy itself, but keeping the content of the policy intact. In summary, through the course of robust public engagement and feedback from the Transportation and Planning Commission, we developed a strong suite of policies that provide support, direction, and content for the ongoing curb management plan effort. That curb management plan effort is expected to conclude next year, and the city council will have an opportunity to review and comment on that plan in 2023. So we are excited to continue advancing the project and look forward to your feedback.
Okay, so I'm thinking maybe if we stick on slide 13, that will give us an idea of what the staff recommendation is versus the commission's recommendation. So Councilmember Robertson, let's start with you.
Really appreciate everyone being here and staying so late. Our volunteers having another meeting. So yes, this came through the Transportation Commission to the Planning Commission. As Chris explained, there was a lot of engagement, and they did amend the policies. The thing that is important to keep in mind about this is that, and I support the Planning Commission policies with the slight modifications by staff, because comp plan policies are meant to be the goal and the framework. Where the action's going to be with curb management is in the curb management plan, which is currently being drafted. As it's drafted, there'll be data gathered to figure out what the right place for certain uses are or the right situation. And that's where the details are going to come. So the goal, I think, was to make sure that the policies that we are being asked to adopt this year are broad enough to allow the detailed work of the curb management plan to happen without trying to get ahead of that. So changing it, implement pay for curb use program to consider, it may not be appropriate everywhere. It might be appropriate some places, not others. And so it just allows the curbside management plan that will come forward next year to figure out the details. So I really, really appreciate the work of both the commissions and the staff on this. I think that what we have in terms of these policies as recommended by Planning Commission with the minor changes by staff really take into account the comprehensive input we had from all different sides and will allow rather than inhibit any work in the curb management plan to happen next year. So my recommendation is that we take the staff recommendation and move it forward.
Thank you. So the question before us is support for the commission recommendation or the minor change that staff made, which is in green there on the right. Councilmember Zahn.
Yes, thank you. I too want to express my appreciation for getting to this point in the work. I still remember when we added curb management as a concept in the comp plan, 8 years ago, knowing that it was really quite visionary to look at planning for curb, which a lot of cities don't do. So I'm really excited that we're at this point. We've gotten a lot of input. I guess my question about the proposed staff changes is, I think what I'm hearing is that using the word consider is consistent with the other language in the policies, and that's why we're using the word consider instead of what was in the Planning Commission. I just want to confirm that because I remember doing that work many years ago, and consider does ring a bell in terms of a standard word that we typically use. Is that correct?
So staff's interpretation is that it is correct. The inclusion of the word consider is more in alignment with a broad policy approach. There's other words that could be selected, but consider is consistent. It essentially allows us to provide more of the action and the implementation details within the plan itself. This is consistent across all the functional plans at the city.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Stokes.
I understand, and I find it interesting. I think it's a semantics thing. Obviously, coming from the commission to the staff for implementation would mean considering their recommendation to implement a plan. So, but if it suits the approach on it, makes it a little clearer, that's fine. I don't think it's changed anything in reality, but it does kind of maybe focus a little bit more. So it's good. I mean, it's kind of nuance that will perhaps help, but it doesn't change the the content of it at all. So it's really good, and we're really looking forward to seeing how this comes out and what your consideration results in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you. I want to thank the commissioners, first of all. Second, I like the staff proposed changes. I think that gives the commission an opportunity to be a little bit flexible, to look at different situations. And sometimes maybe it's not appropriate to implement, but consider. I think that's a lot more responsibility and respect given to the commission to make. And finally, I'd like to know what is the one negative vote? Could you, the chair, maybe say a couple of words about that? And also, and the second, you also mentioned when you first considered this policy, you said it has before, is it the plan that's being made when it's put to the planning commission from the transportation commission? I wasn't quite clear what that means. If you can recall that, you can say a couple of words, but if you don't, that's fine. But I just like to know what is the dissenting opinion on this particular issue.
Chair Bhargava, do you think you can answer that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
So the one dissenting vote that came from Commissioner Khaled was really focused around the fact that she felt that there was not enough clarity how the proposed policies will actually benefit the city. Her concerns were around the fact that there's not enough land to allow for all things to happen, and it would be great for certain parts of the city, but not for the majority of the city. That was her concern, which the rest of the Planning Commission did not share.
Great.
So it sounds like the change in the word consider probably would have eliminated her concern and objection. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Barksdale.
All right, thank you, Mayor. So I support the change. I did have one question, just to follow up on Matt Jack's comment. What's the substantive difference between consider and allow for?
I think both would be acceptable in the eyes of staff. They generally provide, again, broad policy direction to explore, again, another word, explore the potential implementation of both of these items.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank you, commissioners. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Councilmember Robertson, as well as liaison on the Planning Commission. I'm supportive of the proposed staff changes here and the use of consider in both cases. So happy to move this forward. Thank you.
I just have one question to staff. Will there be some kind of a parking study that will inform any recommendations on the Pay for Curb program?
Yeah, so through the course of the project, the project team has collected a vast array of data in regards to curb management, including parking occupancy studies on the street, curbside activities, and the like. So that information will be publicized here in the next couple months.
Okay, great. Because to me, that's what consider means, is that we're using data to inform the decision. And I appreciate that. So very supportive staff recommendation. Is there a motion?
I move to direct staff to return with an ordinance approving the 2022 Annual Comprehensive Plan Amendment for transportation-related policy amendments in support of curb management.
With the staff changes, right?
With staff recommended changes.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Does staff, is that clear to you what we voted on? We voted on the staff recommended proposal. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
So on to C1.
Thank you, Mayor. A little bit of background. As council may recall, on May 9th, staff was directed by council to work on C1 Phase 2 under the Affordable Housing Strategy, which really focuses on increasing affordable housing potential on certain types of eligible properties located in single-family land use districts owned by religious organizations. This initiative was, of course, directed by council as part of our 2022 work program. It really builds off of phase one, which looked at increasing, again, opportunities for affordable housing by awarding a 50% density bonus. This, of course, really focuses on certain types of eligible properties with certain criteria. It also incorporates, as part of the work program, a land use code amendment, which would come later, as well as potential and associated rezones. As part of ongoing discussions relating to affordable housing, council also directed staff to look at a larger radius. The initial radius was 300 feet. And so we really looked at opportunities to increase that to 500 feet. And a lot of those details will be forthcoming as part of the land use code amendment process as well. So the Planning Commission held 2 study sessions and a public hearing also on September 14th. They discussed a number of issues at both study sessions, also listened to a large amount of community feedback throughout the process. Some of the highlights on the issues that the Planning Commission discussed related to geographic distribution of the eligible properties, access to transit, really the stakeholder and community engagement process, as well as potential proximity of the eligible properties to both multifamily and commercial zoning. With that, I'm going to pass things on to Vice Chair to provide us with an overview of the Planning Commission recommendation.
Yeah, thanks, Tara. So as Tara said, on September 14th, the Planning Commission held a public hearing for the proposed C1 Phase 2. Members of the public provided testimony during the public hearing and oral communications expressing both support as well as opposition to the policies. The Planning Commission was supportive of the policy amendments and recommended by a 5-0 vote that the proposed amendments for Affordable Housing Strategy Action C1 Phase 2 be approved, since the proposed amendment met the land use code decision criteria 20.301.150. So that's our recommendation.
So wanted to highlight for council what the policy amendments entail. We have 3 major changes. One is adding a note to the comprehensive plan land use map, which states that single-family designated areas that were shown on the map would be allowed to be reclassified or rezoned to multifamily through a future rezone process if they were developed with 100% affordable housing. We are also proposing to add 2 additional policies into the housing element within the comp plan. One would have specific policy language and guidance and specifies criteria for those eligible properties and really sets the stage for how the rezone's gonna occur in the future. There was also additional policy language in support of providing assistance from city staff to religious organizations with guiding faith organizations through the rezone process, as well as just providing overall guidance with developing affordable housing. So the map, proposed language that would go on the comprehensive plan land use map would essentially provide guidance and direction relating to rezones for those eligible properties. One of the policies, or the primary policy that really provides guidance for C1 Phase 2, that's both the land use code amendment as well as future rezones, essentially provides language in support of the criteria. So the properties would have to be developed with 100% affordable housing. Ownership would have to be by a religious organization. Also provides additional criteria relating to proximity to our frequent transit network or high capacity transportation, and then proximity to multifamily and commercial zoning or land use designations. And then the second policy is really speaking to providing support to our religious institutions by city staff in order to provide them with assistance as they develop affordable housing. We also wanted to touch on the land use code amendment process. We heard a lot from the community, and we'll talk about that shortly, relating to the public comment that we received both at the public hearing and throughout the process. A lot of those comments would really be addressed through the land use code amendment process. Providing council adopts the policies in support of C1 Phase 2, staff would start drafting land use code provisions in support of C1 Phase 2, which includes the location eligibility criteria, proximity to transit, all the criteria that really the policy speaks to. It would also address the process for rezones. We also anticipate that the LUCA would entail a fair amount of stakeholder and community outreach as part of the land use code amendment process. So in terms of the timeline, we started this process, as I said, right at the beginning. On May 9th, when council provided us with direction, we had 2 study sessions with the Planning Commission. Following that, a public hearing, and of course now we're moving forward through the council process with potential action by City Council prior to the end of the year. We're anticipating that the land use code amendment process would occur in Q1 of 2023. Following that, there'd be a public hearing with the Planning Commission, and then City Council review and action in Q2 of 2023. So a little bit on community engagement. We, of course, complied with our standard legal requirements. We provided, notice of application, as well as the public hearing. In addition, we also provided courtesy notice to all property owners within 500 feet of all those eligible properties. We also provided feedback to all the comments received and responses in writing. We had a website dedicated to this effort, which was updated on a regular basis, as well as our comprehensive plan amendment webpage was also updated with information on the overall comp plan amendment process. We also had a virtual information session with the community. We had about 25 members from the community attending that session, provided responses, and also provided an overview to the Planning Commission. And then, of course, we had study sessions with the Planning Commission, as well as the official public hearing and recommendation. At the hearing, we received a fair amount of public testimony and engagement. We had a number of speakers that testified at the hearing. Several of them provided comment, a combination of support for the proposal, as well as concerns raised relating to not quite understanding the scope of how the proposal really worked. And we also heard some opposition for the proposal. So in general, we heard about 16 different community members that spoke at the hearing, and then received a fair number of comments, all of which are published on our CPA webpage. So an overview of the public comments that we heard. In support, we heard a lot about the city really undertaking bolder approaches to ensure that affordable housing really gets built within the city. We heard the significance of geographic distributions, ensuring that all the eligible properties are not located within one area of the city. Talked about opportunities for streamlining our overall process relating to permitting, and then feedback on how to incorporate green building and universal design into affordable housing. We also heard a lot of questions raised both at the hearing and at other sessions on questions relating to qualifying properties, We heard some questions about exemptions from affordable housing relating to property taxes and how that would work, as well as overall property management and maintenance. We heard a lot of concern, particularly at the public hearing. Questions and comments were raised relating to privacy and compatibility with neighboring properties, impacts to traffic in schools, relating to additional density as a result of these potential affordable housing projects, and then impacts to neighborhood character. We also heard a lot about tree canopy issues, which I know the council hears a lot about regularly. And then with the significance of the number of public comments that we heard at the public hearing, there was a lot of confusion about the scope of the project, and so a lot of those details will really be addressed as part of the land use code amendment process as staff starts developing specific regulations and works through the rezone process. So with that, we're seeking council direction on C1 Phase 2.
So staff is moving forward, recommending the commission's recommendation. And so this shouldn't, I don't think this is going to take a lot of discussion, but anybody have a comment or question? Oh, okay, I was wrong. All right, well, okay. Deputy Mayor, any comments or questions?
Sure, I can kick us off. Thank you. First of all, thank you so much for the work again, commissioners and staff. Just a couple of, I'm generally supportive of this, but just a couple of quick questions. Do we have an idea then, so first of all, I really appreciate the outreach to all the many religious organizations and their properties. Exactly how many properties does that include then? And I would love to have an understanding if all those properties took advantage, not looking for an exact number, but what number of affordable housing units could actually be created if they all did take advantage of it. I think that'd be would be interesting. And then the other question would be just about on the feedback. So I'm getting the sense, Tara, based on your comments, that Bellevue residents have some strong concerns about this. Were there Bellevue residents also in support of this, or for the most part were we hearing concerns about, you know, as you express here, the privacy, the traffic, et cetera, et cetera? I'm sure it was a mix of both, but would just love to get your take on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Relating to the community feedback, I'd say it was a mix. We heard a lot from the nonprofits as well within Bellevue.
Oh, sure.
In support of it. We also heard support from community members really advocating the need for affordable housing. We, of course, heard a lot from the community as well relating to concerns. And I will mention that planning commissioners recommended that staff create kind of an FAQ on the webpage that provided responses to a lot of the questions that were raised at the meeting, and I believe we have been doing that, working towards doing that, and so updating that so that that is there as a resource for community members that have outstanding questions.
Okay, very good.
And we've been making an effort to respond to additional questions that have come in as well.
Okay, great. And then
in terms of the eligible properties, I believe, are they 27, Emil? Do you recall? 28 properties.
Okay.
I do not have the number, but I'm happy to provide that to you. We did that analysis as part of our SEPA review.
Yeah.
In terms of the maximum number of properties or units that could be constructed if they were to really take advantage of the maximum density. So go up to, say, an R30 density.
Okay, great.
So happy to provide that to you.
Okay, and the engagements that you've had so far as well, such as like with St. Peter's, has been there certainly does seem to be some interest from those religious-based organizations to take advantage of this.
Staff has been meeting with a number of religious organizations who have expressed an interest.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Stokes.
Yeah, I'm very excited about this. It's it's been a little while since 2017, and we've had this, and you've worked very well. I really appreciate the staff and commission work on this. And, we're at a point, and we just, it was kind of hard getting it started, but with the changes with the faith-based community properties and that kind of thing, it's, and I think it took a while for people to get the concept in mind, and I think you put together a very well-grounded proposal. Obviously, people are going to have concerns with change, and you know, we need to have those conversations, and it sounds like from what I've seen in some of the other stuff that the reports or the recommendations or comments from the public is pretty much favored. Let's do something like we need to do this, but there are concerns, and I think, you know, as we do in any of these things, and we built a lot of this kind of housing in the city, that we address those issues and things. So I'm very pleased with it and ready to go forward and be pleased to make the motion when it's that turn or that time.
Okay, Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you. So yeah, I support this. I think that the goals set forth in the comp plan policies are really well written. The public comments that we had, both written and oral, were fairly evenly split with maybe slightly more on the negative column. But the thing about the negative comments really wasn't about the idea of it. It was really about the details. And the comp plan policies are not about the details. They're about the idea of it. The land use code, which will come to the planning commission and then the council next year, is where all those details are. Things like whether there's going to be a landscape buffer, whether there's going to be, you know, how close to transit, you know, distance and frequency it needs to be to qualify for density. The, you know, parking, the scale, the scope, the size, making it fit with the neighborhood, setbacks, shading, all that stuff is in the land use code. So I am very, very confident that we can pass this policy when it comes back to us in final form, and that we can then have a very robust discussion and thoughtful approach to the land use code, both at Planning Commission and Council, and come up with a land use code that really serves the public, serves the people that need more housing, and serves the neighbors of these properties very, very well. So with that said, I'm going to support it. I really appreciate the work that staff and Planning Commission did. And the public for being so engaged. I hope they stay engaged when we do the land use code.
Councilmember Barksdale.
Thank you, Mayor. I support it. I think all the points have been made, so, but I support it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lee.
It's getting late. I noticed that the council members' energy is dropping, and I hope you can speak a little bit louder so I can hear more clearly. Anyway, I support this policy, of course, we will do. But I'm just curious in terms of some questions presented by the public. One is, what's the taxation situation? Do these properties have to pay taxes? I don't know, what does that mean? Is it because how the property is going to be operated? Second question is management and maintenance. And I'm again curious, what you know, I understand affordable housing is just whatever use it's going to be, you know, either individually or collectively. So I don't know how that applies to management and maintenance. So maybe you can say a couple words about it. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you for those questions, Councilmember Lee. So I'm trying to recall specifically relating to the tax exemption question. I believe that was at our virtual session with the community, and my recollection was they were asking specifically whether these properties would be eligible for a tax exemption, which of course the city does not have the authority to do that. So that does not apply. In terms of the questions, comments relating to property management and maintenance, just general questions about how the various potential affordable housing projects that may get developed, how they'd be maintained on an ongoing basis. And of course, that depends on the type of affordable housing projects, but typically it's the property manager that's responsible for overall property maintenance on an ongoing basis.
Thanks.
Great. Councilmember Zahn.
Yes, thank you. I too appreciate getting to this phase two and, working on how we make sure that when I look at this map, what I see is when we talk about housing choices throughout the city, this is what we're talking about, right? That this map really creates an opportunity to have more affordable housing throughout the city. I had a couple of questions, and one probably because I missed it completely. It seemed like earlier we were referring to these as faith-owned properties. Now we're using the word religious. So is that a nomenclature that we pivoted to because I thought that we were not using the word religious because it was a narrower definition than faith-owned, but maybe I'm out to lunch there. And then my second question is, so when we have a church like St. Peter's, where I remember that they've done a lot in the community related to emergency shelter. I mean, I remember volunteering there, and if there's an interest for them to leverage their property for affordable housing, is there a pathway for them to get to a yes? Or is it one of those where because they're a purple dot, they're not eligible and therefore we're done talking? So I'd really like to understand that, because when I think about the number of properties, just because they're eligible doesn't mean that that particular organization is ready or willing to do something. So if we actually have a willing and really quite excited organization, I am trying to understand what it would take to get to a yes. It looks like in the map, the reason they are a no is because they're not within the frequent transit network, but they are a place where they're adjacent to a multifamily unit, and it seems like maybe we should be advocating for frequent transit to be down there so that those that are living there actually have better access to transit. And so I guess my question is, how does that work when we have a willing organization and they don't quite fit? Is there still a pathway for them?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that one. Regarding some of the properties that don't meet the criteria right now, that's going to be part of our process as we work through some of the details in the LUCA to see if there's any flexibility in those specific land use code criteria. So we've been using general criteria in this work to do the policy level and the SEPA that goes along with it, but we'll be able to see other properties out there and see if there is any flexibility in the specific criteria.
Okay, so this map that we have right now of qualifying sites, it is not then locked in stone then? There's still potential for, as we work through the LUCA, that this map would be updated then?
Yes,
Maybe
that's
that's the
exactly
piece I
right.
didn't completely understand.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We wanted to have something to do the analysis on as far as the environmental review just for the policy. So we had to have a starting point, and that's all in the public record what our starting point is. But as we work with the commissioners and public, there might be some slight modifications to that as needed. And clearly we would need to do additional SEPA on that as well.
Okay, that would be great, because I think that, sometimes we have lots of great intentions in our codes, but if we don't have a willing property owner, nothing happens, and this is one that is quite excited to get going. Thank you.
Yeah, and then as far as the definition of the religious organization and faith-based properties, we did work closely with the city attorney's office to make sure we were putting the correct language that made sense in these policies, but we had that exact discussion at the staff level.
Okay, great, because I think we had pivoted and I didn't quite pick that up until just now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'm all for it. Really can't wait to get going. So thank you. Is there a motion?
Yeah. I move to direct staff to return with the ordinance approving the 2022 annual CPA for Affordable Housing Strategy Action C1, Phase 2.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, terrific.
I've been waiting a long time to say those words.
We have one more study session item, and we're just going to plow on through. I'm going to ask that we have a meeting extension to 10:30. Is there a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30?
I move to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Second?
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? No. Okay, I think that passes. So go ahead and get us going. This is the affordable housing tools update.
Oh, okay.
Which we had to skip from
Yeah, right.
last week, so.
We got 10 minutes, how fast?
You go ahead and start. We have a quorum.
So, Mayor, I'm going to just go to just do a brief kickoff of this. This is,
Oh, sorry.
yeah.
Getting punchy.
No, it's easy to forget me, but okay. So this is an informational update on some of the tools that will be coming towards you in December for the council to have further conversations about. And so this is to get everybody on the same page and get grounded in these tools before they come back to the council. So with that, I'm just going to go ahead and turn over to Michael Cotterman, the Director of the Community Development Department, to go ahead and kick this off.
Thank you, City Manager Miyake, and good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Newenhouse, and members of the council. As Mr. Miyake noted, this is an informational item. We're not requesting or recommending any council action or direction at this time. We really want to provide information on a couple of affordable housing tools that we've talked about in various forms. We haven't really had an in-depth discussion of those because these will be coming before council at some point in the future. We'll be asking you to give us some direction or make some decisions at that point. So tonight, we just want to have a discussion about those. Excuse me. This actually comes out of the commercial linkage fee that was on the list of next right work that we brought to you last July, that we deferred. We said we needed to do some more research on that, which we've done. And since that time, there's also been conversations between the proponents and opponents of that idea, and they're willing to express a willingness to explore a commercial fee in lieu rather than a linkage fee, and there is a distinction, that would go toward affordable housing. When we talk about a commercial fee in lieu, as you've heard me say before, this is really one side of a two-sided coin, the other side being more of the inclusionary zoning. It's sort of part of that package. So we thought it best to bring all of that to you this evening so you can talk about it, the entire thing in context. Thank you for advancing the slides for me. I always forget about those. So these are added tools for the toolbox, but they don't all work in the same way or necessarily work in the same situations. One aspect they do all have in common, however, is that they all require an increase in the development capacity in order to be employed. And since those are some of the items that will be coming to you, those opportunities to increase development capacity with some of the next right work, as well as through the comprehensive plan, the Wilburton plan, the Bell-Red update, those are all opportunities that we want the council to be aware of so we can give you this information and you'll be better
Excuse me
informed
just
at
a
that
minute.
point.
Would you mind not speaking at the dais? Thank you. Go ahead.
As was noted, I think, by a speaker earlier, once the capacity has been granted, we can't come back and capture that later. So the opportunities are when we first started that. So as each opportunity for these tools arises, staff will be exploring their applicability and provide you with an analysis of the pros and cons related to the specific situation and the policy choices for you to make at that time. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Emile, who's going to walk us through part of this. And also this evening, we have Liz Stead, the co-interim director for development services, to help walk you through all of this as well. And then we're looking for any questions that you have for us this evening. We'll try to answer as best we can, but we can also come back to you with that information. But mostly we want to hear what your questions are so that we can help everybody be better informed and on the same page. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So our agenda for tonight is to do a very brief background on some of these tools. We'll briefly cover the next right work that we got direction on from council earlier this year, a bit of a refresher on the comp plan periodic update process, so you know when these tools might be able to be used in the future, where they might make sense. And then a refresher on some of the inclusionary housing definitions that we have out there is going to be really important. We'll then move on to the state policy framework for inclusionary zoning and how that relates to how each city can actually implement it with their local policy direction. And then in the packet, we do have some examples of inclusionary zoning. We're going to focus on the presentation on some of the East Side programs and highlight Bellevue, Redmond, and Kirkland. And then finally, we'll come back to the implementation consideration slide that Michael just went over. So the Affordable Housing Next Right work was discussed by council on July 5th, and we got the direction to move forward with a number of items. We were able to launch the removing barriers to micro apartments on October 10th. Staff is well underway with doing that work right now. So we have work sessions that we're working on. And then you did give direction tonight as planned on the C1 Phase 2. So that was the other part of our ongoing work. Some of the things to keep in mind on the Next Right work as it relates to inclusionary zoning is when we get into things such as the allowing higher FAR for residential and thinking about if there's any affordable housing provisions that we want to be thinking about on that effort, as well as when we get into some of the DADU, ADU, duplex, triplex, other examples there, thinking about how that might relate to inclusionary provisions. We wanted to just give a refresher on where we're at with the Next Right work. This table right here in blue shows the direction we got from council. You know these topics. This also includes the capacity analysis down there at the bottom that we'll be providing an update to council on December 12th. And the goal here was to get some more capacity to actually be able to tackle all the blue items on this list. We also are noting on this list the green items are things that are underway right now, many of them in the comprehensive plan periodic update, and they do have a direct relationship to thinking about how we want to consider housing and affordable housing together. This is the graphic that shows where we are now. You can see that the year 2023 is going to be very important as far as thinking about housing and affordable housing, both from the periodic update standpoint, the Wilburton standpoint, as well as these Next Right work items. So I'm going to go into a little bit of detail on the inclusionary housing definitions. So here they are on the slide, and the goal here is to get a common understanding of what we mean by inclusionary housing programs. They are aimed at providing income-restricted units generally below the 80% AMI level, but sometimes they can go up to the 100% AMI level for ownership units. There are a wide variety of programs out there, so as you read through the packet and you hear tonight, you know, different cities have different approaches for how they want to implement policies locally, and there is that flexibility with the state enabling law. They can include residential, commercial, and mixed-use development as far as participating in incentive programs. And there can be both voluntary as mandatory, as you know, about how you might want to implement things locally for any given city. There's also the term on-site performance, and that means that the affordable units are actually provided in the project. There's also provisions that some cities use for off-site performance, and that means you might do the affordable units that might otherwise be required in the project somewhere else that's not within that project. So there's examples of that as well. And then a fee-based system essentially means a fee in lieu may be paid instead of building the units. And then those monies are used to build or acquire units elsewhere. And the city has done that with some of the Bell Red in lieu monies with purchasing the Illahee development in the past. And then these incentives can also include zoning provisions, tax incentives such as MFTE, or other financial incentives such as impact fee waivers for affordable housing for transportation. A little bit on the Washington State policy framework. So the State Growth Management Act does allow cities to adopt local affordable housing incentive systems. The key provision here is that that new or amended local incentive systems occur when you're increasing development capacity. So you heard about that during the oral comments, and that's our main thrust here is as we have potential increased development capacity projects coming forward, it's good to be thinking about how we want to talk about affordable housing as part of those. The state provisions do allow up to 80% AMI for rental and 100% AMI for ownership. based on local market conditions. Otherwise, it is at the 50 and 80% levels. And in lieu payments for residential and office or commercial are allowed based on the local preference or policy direction. As far as how long the affordability is, the minimum is 50 years of affordability, and most cities, including Bellevue, do the life of the project. And then down there in the local implementation, individual cities, as you'll individual cities, as you'll hear, have their own local policy about how they'd like to implement their incentive systems. In Bellevue, the direction is to encourage affordable housing through incentives. So this is a slide that was in your packet, so I won't go into too much detail on this, but it does show a summary of the East Side inclusionary housing systems. 9 of the ARCH member jurisdictions currently have adopted programs, and you can see them in the table. You'll see a mix of voluntary and mandatory systems, along with pretty different approaches on how they want to focus on different AMI levels, depending on city policy. In addition, some of the cities have made changes over time and have begun to layer incentives on top of other incentives to achieve deeper affordability, given the greater demand for units below that 80% AMI level. An example of this is in Bellevue, when you adopted your MFTE provisions, the overlapping units actually had to be 65% AMI instead of the 80% AMI. And then in contrast to Seattle, the East King County cities have historically not focused on the commercial development or opportunities to generate fees from these programs, but it is something that there's increasing interest in jurisdictions. And the city of Bellevue has used it recently in East Maine to allow for a commercial fee in lieu that you recently adopted. And then broadly speaking, inclusionary zoning programs have been a pretty major strategy for these cities to integrate affordability in the mixed income settings as well. So with that, we'll briefly go through a couple non-Bellevue examples, and then I'll turn it over to Liz. So in the city of Kirkland, they've used on-site performance for pretty a focus of their programs. They do allow partial units to do a fee in lieu to be paid, and then they collect those monies and use it to do their own city-led projects or contribute it to ARCH. Kirkland's program is notable for its focus on the deeper affordability, as you can see in this graphic. And by structuring the program to layer with the MFTE, they've been able to achieve close to 60% of affordable units at the 50% AMI level. And then the city has a local policy of requiring affordable housing wherever there is a increase in development capacity. And most recently, the city has been exploring how to generate contributions from commercial development as well. And then as far as Redmond's system, Redmond has had mandatory inclusionary zoning, at least in part of their city, since 1993. And the program was first applied to their downtown sub-area with requirement for 10% at the 80% AMI level. And then in recent years, it's been expanded to cover all but 2 of the city of Redmond neighborhoods, and notably has included lower density single-family areas, which they've enabled the creation of new affordable home ownership units. And then similar to Kirkland, Redmond has used the tax exemptions to achieve some deeper affordability, and this has resulted in units in that 50 to 60% AMI level for rental and 70 to 80% AMI for ownership. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Liz to cover our Bellevue programs.
Thank you, Emil. Good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Newenhouse, and council members. I'll try and speed through these next couple of slides because I know everybody is tired. Let's see if I can get to the, wrong direction. No,
in the right direction.
I was going the right way.
Bellevue.
There we go. Sorry about that. I'll blame it on the time of the evening. So just quickly, I wanted to go through some of the history of inclusionary zoning in Bellevue and also the MFTE program that we have currently. So in 1991, as some of the commenters this evening mentioned, the City Council adopted inclusionary zoning for all new residential developments that had 10 or more units or lots. And these amendments did apply to senior housing projects, but did not apply to nursing homes. The provisions allowed for up to 15% additional density beyond the underlying zoning with the provision of 10% or more units that met 80% AMI. And also at the same time, properties that were rezoned were also required to provide this affordable housing bonus. And that was equal to 20% of the additional density that they got through the rezone. 40 years later, in 1995, the land use code was amended, and at that point, they dropped the requirement for the additional set-aside in the case of a rezone, so it did only apply to new projects. And then 5 years after that, the inclusionary zoning and land use code amendments were repealed, and it left a voluntary bonus available for multifamily development, which still allowed for up to 15% additional density for the provision of affordable housing at a 1-to-1 ratio with affordable units and market rate units. We have seen some utilization of that code policy, but not much. So there have been a couple of projects in the downtown that have taken advantage of that. It is still in the land use code today. Moving forward to more current, our more recent code amendments have included a mix of voluntary FAR bonuses, fee in lieu programs, and multifamily tax exemption. In 2009, Council adopted the Bellevue Land Use Code, and those amendments led to significant changes in the neighborhood, and with that increased density also allowed us to look at some inclusionary zoning. And at that time, the council adopted an amenity incentive system that sought to prioritize affordable housing. And so it provided a system that allowed for additional bonus development capacity for every square foot of housing that was provided at 80% AMI. The Bellevue program also recognized the importance of home ownership and provided an even greater bonus of additional density for every 1 square foot of for sale housing at 100% AMI. The maximum bonus does vary across the Bellevue land use districts, and developers are able to receive these benefits through a fee in lieu system or on-site performance. In 2015, Council first adopted a multifamily tax exemption program. The program didn't have many applications in the ensuing years, and it was revised in 2018 and 2021. In 2021, the program was expanded to include all multifamily zones with a 12-year affordability for 20% of a project's units at 80% AMI. And as Emile noted, the program can overlap with incentive zoning to get to 65% AMI. In the meantime, there were 2 planning initiatives completed that provide opportunities for voluntary bonuses. And I think most of you on the council were involved with East Main, and many of you were also involved in Eastgate. And so you did kind of go through some of that process with us at the time we were developing those code amendments. So in Eastgate, the bonus was calibrated to meet the economic needs of that neighborhood, and that allowed developers up to an additional 1.0 FAR for the provision of affordable housing, but they do not have a fee in lieu option in Eastgate. In East Main, in contrast, there was actually an FAR bonus associated with that planning effort that still is voluntary and allows the developer to build beyond the underlying zoning with the provision of affordable housing at 80% AMI. In East Main, the fee in lieu options have been built into the code. All of these were done with the economic analysis at the time, and so any future, looking at what is the right ratio to be done through future analysis as well. So lastly, I'm going to end with a slide that Emile mentioned, and as he mentioned, there are going to be additional opportunities ahead of council to discuss and potentially utilize some of these affordable housing tools. In each case, the council will be provided the opportunity to discuss what the public benefit would be, what is the correct economic analysis to use, and what areas are most beneficial to using these tools. As we've noted, there's many different ways to incorporate all these tools, and there's also ways to layer the tools together to create the best results. So we're here this evening for information only, and I hope that we've been able to provide a greater understanding for council of the various tools available for this consideration. I will turn this over now back to you, Mayor Robinson, and Anil and Michael and I are here for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience and hanging in there with us tonight. Anybody have any comments or questions? Go ahead, Councilmember Barksdale.
All right, I'll keep it brief. I just have, excuse me, one question and then one comment. So when we had mandatory inclusionary zoning, from my numbers, it looks like we, or 226 units were developed in that 5-year period. And then over the 26 years since it was discontinued, 269 units, including the ones in the pipeline, were developed or in the pipeline. Do you see a path forward without mandatory inclusionary zoning in order to hit our housing targets?
Well, thank you for the question. The best way I can characterize it is there are several tools available to the city. That's one that's very effective. It's a policy decision on the part of the council. And as far as the targets, we haven't set new targets yet either. That's something that'll be done as part of the comprehensive plan. So we set a goal in the affordable housing strategy of 2,500 units in 10 years. We're on a path to achieve that. The council has also talked about increasing that goal. So it really depends on where that goal is set and what other tools the council decides to use. So is it a fatal flaw if we don't use it? I'd say not necessarily, but it's certainly going to be much easier to reach it if we have more tools in the toolbox that are proven effective, as this one has been.
Got it. So I guess in terms of targets, my understanding is that we had targets in terms of our growth targets, which included housing targets, and I know we still have to do our needs assessment, but I mean, we do have a set of targets for housing based on the growth
Yes.
management. Yeah.
Yeah, we have a growth target,
Yeah.
and then I called it a target. I should have called it the goal that we have in the affordable housing strategy.
Yeah.
Target's a term of art that I have to be careful. Sometimes I misuse that.
Okay. I think, excuse me, two things. One, I know in the affordable housing strategy, we looked at what could be developed with the tools. I really hope that we take a look at what tools can get us to our target.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other one is, I mentioned this one other time, maybe over a year ago, but I think it'd be interesting to look at triggers. So for example, I know there's less interest in mandatory inclusionary zoning, but it is an effective tool, so if we look at, some of the more preferred tools, are they producing check-in at some point? If it's not, then something like mandatory inclusionary zoning kicks in. So really trying to focus on that outcome, whatever those targets are, and figure out strategies to get us there.
And we'd have to explore some of the legal requirements of that, because as I mentioned, if we don't do it when we grant the additional capacity, I've never heard of that being done as a trigger before, so I'm not going to look at our city attorney, but I will be following up with our city attorney to find out if that's something that can be written in at that time and that it's still constitutional to do that. It's a great idea and a great question. I just don't know offhand if we could do that.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Zahn.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate your patience for waiting and giving us the presentation. I think this is a very thoughtful set of menu of choices and tools for us to look at, and I agree with my colleague that it's about outcomes and not opportunities, because we have all kinds of language in there, but just like I was mentioning with St. Peter's, right? There's somebody who's interested in doing something. How can we make something work? What I'm curious about is, in the summary of the East Side programs, it looks like the cities around us all have mandatory inclusionary housing. What kind of outcomes are they seeing in those cities around affordable housing? And is that something you can come back, because I'm curious about, as we look at these other cities, how successful they've been at getting affordable housing, or is that in there already?
Can I frame this a little differently? Can we ask these questions, maybe not a full answer tonight, but that you will provide us with this information moving forward? So anything you want to learn more about, this is a good time to
Right,
ask. But
and
So more
yes.
information on the
On-
success, the
on the-
generation by the other cities?
By the other cities. So on page
Certainly.
10, it has the other cities. And I think it would be helpful to get a sense for how many units have they been successful at delivering? And then I like the fact that in here, we talk about rentals and home ownership. I think that's an important piece. I don't remember where it ended up, but I thought in East Maine, wasn't there a concept the mayor brought up about a deed in lieu? And is that alive somewhere, or is that, so we have a commercial fee in lieu, we have inclusionary zoning, and then wasn't there some discussion about a potential deed in lieu? And if you could come back with
Yes.
whatever happened with that.
That's still a possibility, yes.
Okay. So those are my questions. I'm really glad that we are keeping all of these options open for us to consider, because I really think it's going to be all hands on deck. And so it's not just the units that are residential, it's also the commercial and how it is part of the whole in terms of the jobs and housing balance. So thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm curious as to how we would set a fee in lieu that would really incentivize people to do the development and not just give an easy out without real compensating for the affordable housing that we need. So I'm curious about that. I'd love to examine the performance of kind of what my council members have previously said about the mandatory inclusionary housing versus an optional inclusionary housing versus an MFTE versus layering of incentives. And then with the mandatory inclusionary housing, I'm curious as to what you would recommend that goes hand in hand with this, so that people don't just stop developing housing, that, we make it sure that we're getting housing developed. And if there's some kind of office to housing ratio that we want to have, how we get that. And then I just think, just a comment, when we talk about voluntary affordable housing it being optional in Bellevue and East Maine, it's optional, but we have a very low starting point. It really is pretty mandatory for anybody who wants to develop anything successfully. So even though we say it's optional, we don't mandate it, everybody who wants to develop is going to use it, because that's the only way they're going to get to the heights that they want, or the FAR. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, and that's a good point. In Bellevue, that's really the key to the success of that. And it's important, if we do use some type of a system like that, that we set the base FAR at a level that is going to encourage them to go beyond that. Otherwise, we won't get the additional FAR or the additional affordable housing.
Right. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Great conversation questions so far that I'd be interested in knowing the answers to as well. So I think there's a lot of overlap there in terms of some of these similar questions, so I won't ask them again. But look forward to diving into this deeper. You've given us a lot of different options. I too am most curious about the different layering and the voluntary versus mandatory. I think there'll be some tough conversations there. And then also, as the mayor touched on, the incentives. It'd be great if we can do further analysis there, so we can hit it right out of the gate. I know that's a bit of a challenge, but if we look at the success of MFTE, but we had to go through one or two versions before we got there, and finally we hit that incentive right, and now it's really paying off for us. So. And I guess I don't know if the economic downturn plays into this at all, or is a consideration that we need to be thinking about as well, that could impact what tools or what levers we look at. Maybe that's something to consider there. So I'd love to get staff's feedback on that, if that's something that we should consider at this time, or perhaps not. So, great job tonight. Thanks for sticking with us. Thank you.
Thank you all for sticking with us.
Councilmember Stokes.
Yeah, it's a great conversation, and I'm really looking forward to us moving on these. And again, it's really exciting to see us putting all this stuff in place and how it moves around. And you've adapted very well to the changes from just 6 years ago. I mean, this is not the same place and all. And the deputy mayor's comments about the impact of the downturn and all is something to figure in there. But what I'm hoping is that we look at that carefully. We don't use that as an excuse not to do something. But at the same time, we have to be realistic. So it's going to be an interesting thing to see. But I do get the feel that even within the community, the momentum is towards more affordable housing up and down the line. And it's something that we don't address it now. 4 or 5 years from now, we're going to be in big trouble. So I think we can work through that, and having a better relationship with the commercial business community, up both small and big, is very important. We're doing that. So I'm very optimistic that we're on a real good path to actually meeting. Well, our goal is obviously long out of not really a good goal, so we're working further on it. But I think we're in a good path on this, and I appreciate the way you put this all together, and the way that I think the council is really working together on how do we address this, and it's something that the business community is concerned with. So we have great opportunities, and thank you very much for the work.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councilmember Lee.
Well, this is a very good conversation, and I appreciate the staff come up with all the different tools. And, we've gone through this, obviously, many other cities gone through this. The question is that, to me, number one, what's the goal? Yes, we need to figure that out, but that's really probably the easiest one. We know we are short, so we just set a number, we got to shoot for it. But to get there, we need to have the right kind of tools. So that's the key, and I appreciate. I like to find out more. This is the opportunity for us to look at that. And what is important to me in finding the right tool is sustainability. We can always come up with something that might fit for the moment because of the condition right now, because it's the situation where we are. But if we want to sustain this, continue to keep on having affordable housing, there's a balance, supply and demand. I believe that we need to figure out what is the way to get that sustainability. Sustainability to me, is people who are willing to do that. People who want to move here. It depends on the economy. If the people want to move to Bellevue, we have lots of housing units, but we assume that we continue to have business coming. So we want to make sure we have a balance, we understand what it is, and we motivate the suppliers, the builders, whoever they may be, and what we have to provide them as incentives for building it. And we can force them to do it. But to me, that might not be the sustainable, but we probably can do it for a moment because, everybody would behave differently. So my key is when we are looking at tools, getting information, understanding from other cities, other places that are utilizing the tools to create more housing, more affordable housing. And we need to keep that in mind. What is the sustainable model that we can depend on, rely on? And this is what I would like to find out, like to know, to enable me to choose the right tools.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? All right, with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you again.